Let's learn about introduction and overview of the SAP Analytics Cloud. So what is SAP Analytics Cloud? SAP Analytics Cloud is an SAP's flagship product in the overall analytics portfolio, which is a single analytics product, which covers multiple aspects of the business intelligence, planning, predictive, and application building. This is a single product which SAP has come up with and has powerful features which covers many of the areas and which is very powerful for the business users. This is an overview of the product which says what it contains about the SAP Analytics Cloud. So whatever you see here, SAP Analytics Cloud, which is having some digital boardroom, mobile, and analytics hub are the components. But the most important aspects are these business intelligence, planning, recording, and application design. Business intelligence will cover most of the things related to the reporting side or the storytelling, which is creating a stories. Then planning covering sharing the simulation of different charts we are creating. Predictive is about the forecasting automated insights. So whatever the forecasting to be done can be done with the predictive components here. And application design is for the custom applications which is based on the SDK extensions. And this analytics cloud or SSC is the tool which is based in the cloud, and this cloud can be in on-premise or hybrid or cloud. On-premise means the cloud which is hosted on in the premises of whatever the organization is having. Hybrid is consisting of the cloud and both. Cloud means it is hosted by the SAP cloud system. So why SAP Analytics Cloud is important, and what is the business for SAP Analytics Cloud in today's world? In terms of the change happening over the data, you can see means data-driven organizations happening digital transformation. Then it comes to data and intelligence at the center. Based on the data, what are the different analysis we can do and what are the different types of decisions can be taken. So it all depends upon the data. So that is the first point of for business for the SAP Analytics Cloud. The data growth which is happening, like you can see from this figure which says new data types or larger volume and new locations coming. There are some experience data and operational data, and that all comes to different areas. One is analytics, then big data, IoT, AIML, blockchain. So we as SAP Analytics Cloud is focused on here, which is in analytics area. It starts from the data and the information collected from different business areas, and from this data and information the insight has been taken, and it provides an action. And lastly, the value is the important aspect of the any of the organization. What are the data we are having, what are the information we are creating, and what are the insight we are getting from the tool, and then what are the actions we are suggesting for the business. So based on the actions taken by the business users, what are the values they are getting. So this is important to understand. Decision making evaluation. So if you see means the earlier decision making, how it was happening, like linear, then dynamic and augmented. So linear means will be historical, and then it depends upon the static. It has a top down approach, and it was costly. So it came then later came about the dynamic, which was self service. It was having fast iterations but distributed. So depending upon the different areas, it was distributed based on the data it was having. Then now area the focus should be on augmented analytics or artificial intelligence driven. So it happens instantaneous adjustment, and it is a continuous. So the last step here, which is given: plan, discover, analyze, predict, act, and plan. So this is very important. So based on the current data, what is the plan, what is the discovery we can do, means based on the data, what are the analysis we can do, and then what are the predictions we can make for next 6 months or next 1 year or 3 year or 5 year plan. So that's what it depends upon, and the actions or the act we are going to provide so that the business can plan. So this is the iterative Now in the today's world, who is doing what? So data engineers are tracking data, data analysts and scientists analyzing the data, decision makers receive the analysis data and take decisions, and employees receive the decision and act accordingly. So these are the four important stakeholders for the SAP Analytics Cloud. So who are important to this, and all these tools, no any other tools, like no tools provide all of the above features at the same time. So it depends upon all this information, but the center for anything is data, and based on the data, what is the analysis, and from the analysis, what is the decisions we are going to provide to the employees. So for this, intelligent framework is one concept which is having the three component: intelligent digital platform and intelligence technologies. So this is very important to understand. Means this is which is having all this information. So what are the intelligence information we are having? What are the digital platform or the environments we are going to provide in, and what are the intelligence technologies which are there to provide the suggestions. Now, in terms of SAP Analytics Cloud, automating the discovery of the insights and giving us an opportunity to SAP leverage data science. So, data science is one thing. So, SAP Analytics Cloud is a complete tool which will have all the information. So, we can have a discover, analyze, plan, and predict in one user experience. Then it can, from data to intelligence, it can take data, make some analysis, and can provide some end-to-end decisions as well to the business users, and for all decision types. So it depends it for all the decision types. Means it may be strategic or maybe operational or tactical decisions. So this is a confident tool. Means another feature with the confident means it can provide conversational. Means in natural English language, users can ask questions, and they can get the data analysis easily in an effective way, and it is automated. Means it is a very automated detect drivers for KPI, and it is predictive. So in predictive, it can predict potential outcomes and forecast with the push of a button. Means it's just a simple click, and we can get the next 6 months or 5 years prediction as well. That is why it is a confident tool. Contextual means it contains all the information. Based on the data, it can prepare various charts, various dashboards or boardrooms, and can plan the data, and can provide some insights which will provide actions to the employees or the business users. And then it have the data literacy as well, which will increase the data literacy, engagement, and accountability with the common business language. And once we have this all insight to action and data literacy, it can be intelligence network. So whatever the data intelligence collected from different areas of the world or business application, that can be combined in the cloud, and that should be possible with this SAP Analytics Cloud. So as this is a data to intelligence framework, we can see, means once we have this business intelligence, then enterprise planning, and then augmented analytics. So this is one thing. Augmented analytics is very powerful, where it provides some smart discovery, search to insight, smart predict are the powerful features which are provided under augmented analytics. The center is data, and from the data, what is the intelligence we are getting. So this is the main concepts we should be aware about this SAP Analytics Cloud, why it is there, and what is the purpose of it. So that's it from this video. I hope you have understood the main basic concepts of the SAP Analytics Cloud. In this video, I'm going to tell you about how to get started with the SAP Analytics Cloud, so that you can do some hands-on practice on the SAP Analytics Cloud. So to do this, just go to google.com and you can just search for SAP Analytics Cloud. And the very first page which is comes about SAP Analytics .cloud. If you when you click on this, you can see a website which gets open, which says about all the information about the SAP Analytics Cloud, and it does have the start your free 30-day trial version for getting access, or if you wanted to get a license version as well. So to get started means we can get started with the initially on 30-day trial. So to do this, just click on this, Once you click on this, you will get a page open where it will ask you your email ID. So you just need to mention the business email ID for getting this get free trial. Once you provide your email ID, you just need to check this and then get the free trial. Once you click on this, you will get an email of the confirmation about the SAP Analytics Cloud. And once we activate that account from the email, uh, SAP Analytics Cloud gets we get the user ID and the password. So once we have this, so it just specifies that trial. So this is one trial user which I have got, and similar way which is there. So where I have got this activated for 30 days. Now when we log into this, you can see, means this is the home screen of this application, and we can do our practice on the initial basis on this. So you have this option of this home. Then there are some profile settings available here, but the important part is here, means what are the different things which we can do. So like creating story, analytic applications, so all these things we will see in detail in the next coming videos. But these are some of the options which are available here, and by doing this, so there are some options disabled as well, because we have the trial version. We don't have some access as well for some of the features like security, then some deployment and some other things as well. So this is the things, it will come like some sample story as well. You can see this is something which is there already. And so there is one sample dashboard they have provided with this to understand this. If you click on browse files, we get an option to see here, and in the samples folder there is one option, one application which is sample revenue analysis. So this is very detailed analysis application or dashboard which is provided here, which gives all the information here. So you can see various charts has been created. There are some gross margin percentage is given here. Then date range filter as well here, it is given like this. So uh, all this is, you can see different charts available, product by state, then how each product has been performed over the year. So this is also it has been provided. Then there is one, if you just filter out here, that it gets changed automatically the data. So this is also very powerful, I think. Means if you click on this sales manager overview as well, this is another thing where which is provided, which sales managers are top five, which are bottom five, and how much revenue they have. So all this kind of analysis it has provided, and it is very helpful. So this is another tab which provides some information in some different charts as well. So this is very good to see, like geo maps and all those things. So if you can see, this is very powerful in terms of analysis applications we are going to build. And all we are going to learn this how to build these geo maps, then these types of charts and all those things based on our data. We will see this in detail in coming videos, how to build all these analysis applications. But this is an overview of this tool. There are some options available here, means which are there. So once this trial, basically this trial is just for 30 days, and they also allows us to extend it to another 60 days. So in total we can get 90 days of trial as well. And if you wanted to buy, then we can click on this buy now option. And it has provided this information which is for business, it's for $22 per user per month. So it depends upon how much users, how many users you wanted to have and all those things. So when we buy the license version, it gives on-premises data source connections as well. In trial versions, we will not get that feasibility or flexibility to connect to different data sources. But this is how it is. So we can buy this as well. So we will see many things on these tools in coming videos. So I hope you have got an idea how to get started with this. Cloud tool. In this video, I am going to take core functionalities of SAP Analytics Cloud. Let's see one by one what are the different core functionalities of SAP Analytics Cloud. Before understanding functionalities of the cloud, Analytic Cloud, let's learn about the intelligence era. So, as you know, means initially it was industrial automation, then it was a business process automation era, and then digital transformation. So all these were in digital era, and then now it is the intelligence era. So in intelligence era, we need to understand means what is intelligence era, and what is expected from intelligence era. The first point is do more with less. That means we should be more proactive than reactive. Means by looking at the current or the historical data, we should be able to predict the next. So that we need to see. Deliver best in class experiences in the competition era, thrive for excellence. That is what we should be able to see. Invention of new business models. We should be able to proactively search for new business opportunities, because the pace of the changing business is important, and we need to understand that, and we should be able to take proper decisions to search for the new business opportunities. Embedded intelligence is one thing, where providing intelligence at the core of the business, driving day-to-day decision making. So this is important to understand all these aspects. What is intelligence era? So what is in SAP Analytics Cloud? So there are two things. One is embedded intelligence and open innovation. So embedded intelligence allows frontline employees to make better day-to-day decisions relevant to the applications they interact. We can identify critical sales factor, identify risk, flag employees who are risk of leaving the business. So this is also important to understand, means the risk of the employees who are going to stay in the organization and who are going to leave. So that is also we need to understand. Open innovation allows organization to evaluate internal and external data to predict business outcomes. Optimizing day-to-day important, however, intelligence can influence the unknown. So this is also important. Now, the main feature or the main capability of the analytics cloud is smart analytics or augmented capabilities. So there are two things: search to insight and smart insight. So search to insights works based on the visualization. It's not just visualization, but use a natural language to query the data. Users can just type some languages, some queries in the English language, and the tool can generate the quickly can generate various types of reports in graphical and in tabular formats as well. So it is not always visualization only. Smart insight is explain any data point, measure or dimension to further aid the trend and pattern discovery process. So we will see this practically how this is to be implemented. Smart features is also another options available, where built-in connectors to different data sources available, intelligent algorithms highlighting possible data quality issues and distributing the data. So this is also key one. Smart transformation, which allows to quickly address and solve data quality issues. We have the growing library of business contents across 15 plus industries and 27 plus lines of business. Any type of business, if you have, you can come to this cloud tool, Analytics Cloud, and we can integrate that business to build powerful visualizations and storyboards. So faster way to find answers. We can just type questions and instantly generate meaningful visualization. We can recognize important trends with a click of button. Enhance visualization within context explanation. There is machine learning technology also used, where we can take accurate decisions, and predictive model is also powerful feature which works in the background to identify key drivers or factors that influence the business. So predictive forecasting, which forecasts future performance with a single click. We can automatically update projections as new data becomes available, and detect the risk and not to miss the targets. In summary, SAP Analytics Cloud is a very powerful tool which has initiative smart features with advanced machine learning technologies. It is accessible to everyone, so anyone can access it at any time on any devices. one simple cloud which is integrated BI and planning ensures insights are acted upon is simple and easy. So these are the core capabilities of the SAP Analytics Cloud. Let's learn some of the concepts about the cloud. What are the different types of cloud? And in this video, I am going to tell you about the cloud, on-premise, and hybrid clouds, which are important to understand. Means in terms of understanding SAP Analytics Cloud. So what SAP Analytics offers? So SAP Analytics Cloud can offer an on-premise application. So on-premise application or on-premise cloud, that means it is hosted by customer or the client. All the setup, all the user rights and access rights are maintained by the customer. So it just we just need to give our SAP Analytics Cloud to the customer. So it is hosted by the customer. There is cloud-based application. It is hosted by provider. Suppose SAP provides the SAP cloud, then it is hosted by SAP, and then it maintains all the user rights, user roles, and granting access to different users. So all these based on the cloud-based application. The third system is hybrid. It can be possible some of the things maintained in the on-premise and some of the things maintained at the cloud base by the provider. So it can be possible we can connect to both cloud and on-premises tool. So all these three are different types of the SAP Analytics Cloud actually, but in SAP Analytics Cloud can give any of the service for the customers. To understand more in about SAP Analytics architecture, so this is something which is gives some more information about the SAP Analytics Cloud architecture. So you can see we do have some applications, then analytics capabilities, core capabilities, and PAS platform as service. So SAP Cloud platform is SAP's cloud, which is hosted by SAP, and it is provided to the customer. So what are the core capabilities of Analytics Cloud? You can see it provides data connectivity, data wrangling, data modeling, administration, auditing, visualization, collaboration, mobile, and APIs. So all these are the core capabilities of the SAP Analytics Cloud. Then we can see analytic capabilities. Once we build some database connectivity or preparing data wrangling, data modeling, then it comes about the analytic capabilities. So where SAP Analytics Cloud is useful, where it is BI, planning, predictive, and application design. So in BI, it can be possible to have discovery, then charts and tables, geo maps, all this kind of visualization. In planning, we can have events and workflow allocation and value driver tree simulation. In predictive, we have smart assist, build and deploy predictive models. And in application design, we have scripting components, UI themes, and style sheet, which is for application design based on the SDKs. And lastly, the applications are SAP Digital Boardroom, SAP Analytics Hub, and Mobile Experience. So these are the different things we can do. SAP Digital Boardroom we will see practically as well. SAP Analytics Hub as well we see, means what is the use of it. Mobile Experience, how we can see how we can build the mobile the applications which can be displayed over the mobile devices as well. So that we will see. And the SAP cloud platform can connect to the Amazon Web Services, cloud data sources, and its applications, SAP Data Center as well, like its on-premise data sources and applications. So this is the overall architecture of the SAP Analytics Cloud. In this video, we will see preparation, sharing, and collaboration, the basic concepts and overview of this functionality which SAP Analytics Cloud provides. The first thing is about understanding the basic cloud concepts, which says data, visualizations, and share. When we say data, we need to acquire the data using connections to different data providers. So there are so many data providers which we will see later, to which SAP Analytics Cloud can connect and acquire the data. And then this data, once acquired, we can create different storyboard and visualizations, or the charts, geo maps, and all kinds of visualization. We can explore this visualization. So that is visualization. And lastly is a share or collaborate. So once we have created the different storyboards or the analysis applications, we can share with the other users, different business stakeholders who can make use of it. So that is the third step for this. So what is the data acquisition and what are the different data providers we can connect to acquire the data. So here you can see right from SAP HANA, BW, BPC, ERP, we can connect to the BO Universe, and then there are some other apart from SAP data providers which are SQL, IBM Pure Data. We can connect to the MS SQL Server, MySQL, Oracle, and OpenEdge as well. We can also use OData services. We can use Excel as well, .xls or CSV files as well. And to the cloud connections as well, we can connect like SuccessFactors, Fieldglass, Concur, and Google Drive as well. And we can connect to acquire some data. As you can see, these are the live connections. What are the SAP connections we have, like here HANA, BW to SAP BO Universes? They are live connections. That means it is directly connected to those data providers. However, we don't need to acquire the data directly. So it is just a replication happening at the data provider end. So the second step is the data preparation. So once we have acquired the data by connecting to different data sources, then we need to prepare the data. To prepare the data means we need to create models. We can create models which can be used to prepare the data. We can create the hierarchies, which is parent-child level can be inserted because it is required as per business as well to have some hierarchical reports or visualization to be created. We can create some custom formulas as well, which can be used to modify the data. We can combine data, append and linking means joining of the different types of data in a single model. We can use a grouping functionality as well that we will see. And then last step is collaboration. Once we have created different visualization or the dashboard or the storyboard or the digital boardroom, we can share that with the different business stakeholders. We can have a discussion with them, and then we can ask some questions to them. We can ask them feedback about the visualizations or the data, so that we can take proper decisions to improve our visualization. We can assign some tasks to them which is useful for them to complete it, so that it will be beneficial for as a developer as well for us. And the sharing stories, we can share the stories internally and externally. Internally means within the organization, or to externally to other organization or other business users as well. Let's learn practically about models in the SAP Analytics Clouds. The theoretical section I have already covered what is models. So model is the basis for all the analytical visualizations we are going to create. So the very first step to our analytics or visualizations is creating models. Model is a representation of the data, business data of an organization, which is a high level design for the analytic requirements of a user. So that is what model is. And there are two types of the models, which is one is planning model and the other one is analytical models. So in planning model, it is pre-configured with the time and categories with the actual budget, forecast and rolling forecast values. The other model is analytical model, which is a very simple general purpose BI related models, which consist of dimensions and measures that we will see here. So basically, to understand models, first we need to understand the dimensions and measures. What is dimensions and what is measures? So basically, when we say measures, so measures comes like in the format of the aggregated values like sales revenue, quantity sold, or cost kind of things are measures, while dimensions are like kind of this, which is state, city, product and time. So these are something which is dimensions, which represents the data, which is so it will all always have one to many relationship, means state will may have many records in the sales table. So it is a transactional data. So you can see from this diagram that it's state, city, product and time is dimensions, and it all has one to many relationships. So this is the basic concepts about the dimensions. Let's see one by one how we can create a model. So in this, let's create a model from here. You will see an option of on home screen. You will have a create model option. So let's create a model. So when we say create model, we can either import from our computer with some files, or we can get data from data source. So basically, when we click on this data source, you will see how to acquire data by connecting to different data providers. So it does have all types of data providers provided here, which is a live data. We can say cloud for customer and Concur, Fieldglass, HANA, SuccessFactors, datasets, Google Big Drive. So there are so many data types. There are some disabled as well because it is a trial version. It is not available here. But there are some other as well. There are some data source type as well. So cloud or on premises. We already saw what is cloud and what is on premise uh, uh, data types. So that we will see here. You can connect. There are cloud storage, CRM, data warehouse, and there are different categories defined. And you can see Google as well. So Google Drive, we can connect to Google Drive. There are SAP open connectors. So it depends upon, when we say cloud, then it will just show cloud databases. These are the cloud databases. When we say on premises, then in on premises it will just have these options, which is like this and this. For now, to create a model, we can just import a file from our computer, which is XLS file for now. Let's do that. When we click on that, let's it selects source file from here, and I have one file which is available there, which is sales data. You can see use first row as column header. So suppose we have first row. Generally in model, we have the first row as a column headers. So and that is what it is. So we can say we can select this option so that it will select as the column headers. And let's create on click on import. Once we click on import, it will take some time means to get it loaded. So now we have this model is imported, means basically the data is imported in, and we have models. So you can see means the tool will automatically select the data types and all those things. So you can see this is when we click on these columns. So what are the Excel headers over there? So this is an Excel file which is I have imported as to create a model. So the first row is column header, so which will be taken as column headers here. So you can see it here a similar way. So you can see on the right side there are different so when we say models, so when the model is created, it shows model quality, and then data quality, calculation issues. So if there are any issues, then it will show issues. If there are no issues, then no issues detected. It shows 36 rows, 14 columns, 7 dimensions, seven measures. So it automatically identified which are the dimensions and which are the measures. The data, which is this XLS file. Then there are some other fields, which is default currency for model, which will is defined for this file. Now suppose this is a date column, and it has selected a generic type. Basically it is not generic dimension, means it is not a so it is a date type. So we can change this data type here. So and we can select date. Once we select this as a date, then it will automatically take its date format. So it will select YYY. So year and month is the format. So if that, generally it will select automatically. If it is not selected automatically, then we can choose by our own, means what are the different, or we can make it a different format as well if you want. So this is data quality issues. No data quality issues detected. So data distribution, so you can see means what is for each how many count and all those things. So once we have this created, now you can see these are the generic dimensions. It's just a state, city, store is generic dimension. So you can see there is all information. So what is California, how many count of records? So 12, Nevada is 12, like this. So it will show up here. There are two options of two columns also in the model, which is latitude and longitude. So this is also we need to have when we create a geo map. So this is important to understand, means how these columns can be used for creating geo maps. So once we have this, we can create some locations. So this is latitude and longitude, so we can select geo enrichment option here, and by coordinates, because this is a latitude and longitude, the coordinates, so we can select this, and we can create another location description. So we can just click on this coordinates, we can give some name. So this is location, so it has maximum length, so we can say so location coordination. So these are the options available. It had automatically taken latitude is a column which is available in this model. So latitude will define this latitude column values, longitude will take, and this is something which is location ID. We can select here we can select the state, and location description which should be unique. So basically a store here is having unique values. So this is something which is we can select, so that it will be creating that location. So just create, click on this. Now once we click on this, it will create another column with the location coordinations. So you can see the another column which is got created. So here you can see these are some of the state, and this its coordinates which is created, and now we can create we can use this column to create our geo map, so that we will see how to create it as well. So this is one thing we can do it. And the other points is about the measures. So when we select the measures columns as well, you can see it is automatically created. So it automatically identify this is a measure. Then it's a number format. What is the number format? If you want, we can change this number format. There is scaling also, we can specify here. Decimal places, if you just wanted to keep 2 decimals, then also you can keep it as 2 decimal. So now once we have this all dimensions, which are these 4 dimensions are there, you can see how to differentiate these measures and dimensions. So like you can see this icon which is this like star icon like this, which is dimensions, and measures will have a different icon here, so that it will be easy to understand means which are this. And you can see location as well, it is identified as a different icon. Date is also like calendar icon, it is there. So this is very useful to identify dimensions, measures, and date columns. Now once we have this means unnecessary column, means suppose latitude and longitude, we have created another column which is for location coordinates. We can delete out this, means it is not required to select this column, and then you can select delete column from here. So this is not required, so we can delete out this as well. So basically when we say, because that is unnecessary and we don't want to show that to the end users as well, means when they create. So just to avoid some confusions while creating visualization, so this is location coordinates column which is used here. Now all these things are done, means you can see there are options. One more thing which is adding a parent child hierarchies as well. You can see there are two, like this is category and product. So we can enable parent child hierarchies as well, which is required when we drill through the analysis of the data. For this, creating a parent child hierarchies, we can just click on this column. Suppose parent product is child and category is parent, so how we can define the parent child hierarchies? So just click on this column and add dimension or attributes. When you click on this, we can have option of parent child hierarchies. This is the one we can select, and we can select which column is a parent. So we have, for categories, we have product as a category as a parent. So this option we can select. Now you can see this category has become a parent child, and if you click on this category option, you can see parent child hierarchy and parent of a product dimension. So this is option we can see. So by using this hierarchical column like this, you can see this icon. By using these hierarchical columns, we can create our visualization like drill down on different columns. So this is what the basic things we can do. There are different options that we will see in detail as well, means like creating a transform and all those things. There are many things which we can do with these models while we create. So we will see that as well. For now, we'll just create a model on this. Just create model. Once you click it, it will ask have you finished mapping and editing your data. So we can just click on create, and now we can give some data as, let's say this is an option. So we can select folders as well here, means if you want, and just click on OK. It will take some time to generate the model. Depending upon the size of the data, it takes time. So once now we can see model or sales model is created successfully. We got a message saying that this is created. Now you can see this is the file which is got created means imported, and we can see now there are a few important aspects of this model to understand is like when we click on this model, you will see account is one dimension attribute, so we can say then date is like time, all are generic one. So if you click on this account, you will see all the dimension, all the fact or measure values like discount, gross margin, sales revenue will come under this account. So this is important to understand, means all measure values will fall under account dimension. And then date, so date is another thing where we can specify its type and its granularity. So basically from the this granularity is, it is automatically decided by its month, because our column is like year and month value, so it says month. Suppose if you have date, means daily data, then it may decide this granularity as date or day. So this is by default due to based on the data. And default hierarchy is year, quarter, month. So this is we can specify, means what is hierarchy. So this is basically we have select it automatically selected, but we can change that as well. There are some settings available here, which is when we click on these settings, you can see. So general settings, you can see this is model type is analytical. We can see the analytical type. Model layout is account, and then sales model, we can change this name as well here. Then data security as well, user privileges, to whom it can be accessible, and all those things, data audit, data locking. So we can enable that if you have a permission to do it. So data access control dimensions, so we can, if you want, means we can select this. So these are the different options which are available. Fiscal time is, suppose we wanted to give the financial year, so when it starts, like some countries have the financial or fiscal year of April to March next year. So that you can specify here, is where when it can start. Planning and time range, this is for planning models. Currency, so default currency is USD. If you want, we can change it to different as well. So currency conversion also we will see in detail how to do this currency conversion. So we need to select this option, data and performance. So whether optimized story building performance. So these are the options which are available here. So this is about the date dimensions, date attributes. Then all is generic, which is here. So if you select this as well, you can see what are these values and what are the different if it is hierarchies enabled or not. So we can, if you want, means we can create hierarchies from here as well. So these are the three important dimension which are available. One is account, then date, and generic. So these three dimensions we should be able to understand, means when the models are created. I can you can see when we this is another list view, and this is a grid view, you can say, where it will just list out all the dimensions one by one. There are other options. We can just select like this, edit, add new dimension. We can add from a new dimension from here as well. So this is what we can see now once we have this model created, we can browse these models as well. Means we can go to files and where we can see our model which is created here. Here you can see sales model. So when we click on this, it will be open like the similar way. That's it from this video. We will see practically how to create stories from this model. Let's learn practically about viewing the data from the model. In the last video, we have created one model based on one of the Excel sheet, and based on that, we have created different topics which we have seen in the last video. So let's try to connect to that model and try to see the data which is we have created. So to do this, go to menu option here where we can just create a story. Just select this option. So once you select this option, you will get various options to choose different templates to create some stories, or we can just access and explore data. So for now we will just see how to access and explore data. There are different options available here as well. We can just directly select our file or any Excel file or anything, or we can connect to different data sources like live connections or import connections, and then data acquired from an existing model. So we do have already an existing model which is created, so we will select that. Once we select this and then just select that option, means where we can see various options available. So now when it comes by default, it has two tabs here, which is one is story and one is data. So now when we say we don't have anything here, so we by default it is our auto suggested is a numeric point chart which is here. We can select different charts as well from here or the tables, but before that we need to select the measures. So suppose we wanted to see the measures value, just select this quantity sold, then it will come. So if you want another, just select the another measures as well, so that it will show up here. This is the thing which is there. Now what we can do, this is just measures, but if you wanted to add some dimensions as well, then just select on this. Once we click on this, we can just say select all, so that it will come up all these things. So now this is the options, and if you just wanted to filter out, suppose for one city we wanted to see the sales revenue or quantity or something, just select that particular city, then we can get. So this is one filter which is applied here. You can say what is this, so means we can remove this filter again, means from here. And there is one more option to remove this filter is from here as well, like, so you will see clear selection option here available. So these are the different options available which is here. Now suppose we wanted to see the data in the tabular format, we can go to here, we can select this option as a table. Now so when we select table format, it will show what is this, a quantity sold and sales revenue in a tabular format. Now suppose I wanted to add a city column, just click on this city column. Now it will come up like this. You wanted to have a date as well, so just select this date as well. So you will see for various dates, it is a kind of a drill or hierarchical data. For each of the date, it will show automatically, so no need to do anything customize or development. So for this particular manager, or just select the manager. So this is something I just, so if you just wanted to add a manager here, do add managers or some other columns as well. So this way we can see all the columns data in a particular way, and wherever the hierarchies. So remember in last video we have created hierarchies for product and categories. So you can see for others this product, there is some category for which is appearing here. Now we can see this is how it is. Now we can change some this to chart as well. So let's select a line chart maybe. So this is the way it can be possible to display it. And suppose we wanted to do some formatting on the charts, we can go to the designer mode, and from here we can select. Suppose if we don't want to have dimensions, we can remove it from here. And then suppose the color panel we can choose from here as well. We can change the color panels. These are some of the measures which are there. Let's see some other charts as well here. Say this is a bar or column. So this is just a simple chart, and you can see this is a in this vertical format. If you wanted to do in horizontal as well, you can do it. So these are the some of the things which are available there. Then suppose you don't want to see sales revenue column or just quantity, so just click on this, so it will automatically remove it. Means it will just show sales revenue. We will see all these details one by one for each and every chart later in separate videos, but this is what how we want we can see the data. But there is some other things which are there. So if you click on this story, story is also just we can create different tables or charts here based on our requirement. So you can see means here insert chart. Suppose I just wanted to insert some chart here, and it will automatically take that sales model, and then it will chart structure horizontal or vertical. So let's say vertical. If you wanted to add some measures, let's add some measures. So let's say gross margin and sales revenue we wanted to display. So this is how it is. We wanted to add some dimensions. Let's add dimensions. So city and for managers in each city. So these are the some things which we can do. There are some other things which is about the colors and all those things which we can change from here. You can see different colors. So suppose this is something which is you wanted to change. um, so these are some of the formatting. There are various or many features available. So this is what it is. We can add directly a table as well here. So in table as well, we can add different fields, like in the designer. If you go, we can add measures and dimensions, which is like this. We can add some filters as well. So this is how it is. We can do various types of data to be shown on the stories. So we will see one by one how to build stories and what are the different templates we can select and what are the different ways to design the same. So this is how I wanted to show you. Now if you click on this view, then it will show up means how this will look like. So this is how it is. So that's what I wanted to show in this video, where how we can connect to our models and how we can view our data which is we have created. Let's learn about connections and data models in SAP Analytics Cloud. So what are the different connection types? There are two connection types available live as live data and import data. As the name suggests, live data will be connected to SAP data sources on real time, while import data we need to import the data from the database provider or database connections, and then use to create different models in the SAP Analytics Cloud. So we'll see what is the difference between SAP live data connections and the import data connections. So live data connections available on cloud and on premises. Similar import data connections is also available for cloud and on premises data sources. Uh, Live data connections does not replicate the data in SAP Analytics Cloud, while we need to replicate the data within the SAP Analytics Cloud. So whatever data refresh or data replication happens, it happens at the database side in live data connections, while in input connections it does not happen, and we need to replicate data in SAP Analytics Cloud. We can use existing data models for analysis when we use live data connections. So suppose we are connecting to SAP HANA views and all, maybe SAP BO universes as well, so that we can use those directly for our analysis. While in import data connections, we need to acquire the data from the database providers or databases, and then we need to create different models by using the SAP Analytics Cloud Modeler. We can in live data connections update your data visualization and storage with the new data in real time. So as live data connections, as its name suggests, it's live, so it all happens on real time, while we need to refresh and import data connection all our visualization and storage when we update the applications. So this is a data connections environment diagram, which says what is import data connections and how is live data connections. On the left side of this diagram, you can see import data connections, how it is. It has cloud applications, and this SAP Analytics Cloud will connect to the local files, or and can then connect to the file server. Then file server can use SAP Analytics Cloud agent and platform detector connectors to connect to that particular databases, and then it can be used and consumed or acquired by the SAP Analytics Cloud, and then it can be used. So different data providers, which are Concur, Salesforce, Field Gases, Global Drive, are the cloud applications or cloud connections which can be used, including SuccessFactors, OData, Hybrid Cloud. While the live data connections, we can connect directly to SAP HANA, BW, SAP Universes, BPC, like ECC kind of data providers, and it happens data directly. It uses COARS, cross origin connectors, and direct connection data sources. So let's see what is this and which connections to we use. So it all depends upon the environment. Based on the requirement for establishing live and import data connections, we can use. But SAP recommends to creating live data connections using direct connection type, like cross origin resource sharing. So this is one connection type. So if you see what is CORS, or cross origin resource sharing, so this is a mechanism that uses additional HTTP headers to tell a browser to let web application running at one origin, and it has permission to access selected resources from a server at a different origin. So it can be possible, means suppose one um, application or web application is running at one domain or one origin, it have the access to other domain or other origin. So that is CORS mechanism, and that can be possible. That is called a cross origin HTTP request, which access different resources when it has based in a different origin. Maybe it is the domain protocol or port. So that's what SAP recommends about connecting. They said it's better to use live data connections because that is more flexible when we create a visualization. In this video, we will see data preparation, basic modeling, how basic modeling can be performed, and what is the basic concepts about the modeling. So what is data modeling? Data modeling model or data modeling is a base for all SAC activities. So what are the things? It starts with the data model. It describes the ways the data will be analyzed, provides structure and different functions like calculation or security. And SAP's machine learning technology helps automatically clean your data by alerting of possible errors and categorizing measures and dimensions. Modeling tools helps to enhance the data for geo-analysis and multi-level hierarchies to gain deeper insights. Basic understanding of the data modeling is very important. If you understand models or the data models, it is going to be very easy to build your visualizations and stories and other analysis applications. How to create a model. So from the menu, you will have an option of to create a model. We will be seeing this practically as well. So how to create a model. So this is the option to create a model, and then we can get an option to connect to the data sources and get the acquire the files, the database files. SAP Analytics Cloud BI offers two main components. One is models and the second one is storage. So model is the first step, we can say, which provides various functionalities like data wrangling or cleaning data sets, defining measures and dimensions, establishing hierarchies, setting units, currencies, and adding formulas. Once we have that, then there are two important types of models is analytics model and planning model. So in this case, so analytics model is based on whatever the models we are retrieving or we are acquiring the data, and planning model is something related to the planning functionality which is provided by the SAP. And based on these models, we build stories to visualize the prepared data coming from a model. So that is what stories are. We will see practically how to create stories as well. Basic modeling, we need to start with the data integration strategy, where we will start with the empty model, then upload an Excel or CSV file, or live data connections, or a data import, or maybe we can connect to the cloud database as well. So that is what we can do with the as initial step for basic modeling. Then common usage of for modeler will be blending, data wrangling, setting units and currencies, creating hierarchies, adding formulas. So these are the various concepts which are required in modeling, that we will see practically what is data modeling, data wrangling, blendings, and creating hierarchies as well. Video we will see how to perform basic data modeling. There are various concepts related to the data modeling, and what are they, and we will see that in detail. First, we will see what is the process or the setup and connection, preparation, modeling data. Setup is one-time activity which is done by the administrator, which is available on the system option which says my administration. Then connection, it is end user driven operation, either acquire data or connect remotely. That is by connecting live data or maybe import data. So that two types of connections we can use. Preparation, in preparation, operations on acquired data. Once that acquired data is acquired, we need to cleanse the dirty data or compile the data sets. And then lastly is the modeling data. Power users to create common semantic layer for all users, enable security and planning capability. So once the data is acquired, it is cleaned or transformed into a good data sets. The modeling data will perform creating a semantic layer. So first thing, where to start? From home screen, we can get stories automatically created when we do one of the following: drag and drop a Microsoft Excel file. Suppose we have a connection file, any Excel file or CSV file, we can just drag and drop on the home screen. It will automatically connect to the data, and then data model is created. From the model as well, we can connect to all supported data sources or data providers, and then once we have that, we can refresh that data or by importing from a file. And from storage, import a Microsoft Excel or a CSV file, import an existing file, or connect to a Google Drive or a cloud connector. So these are the three options where we can get started to get or acquire the data into SAC. So the first step is semantic layer, which is a business representation of a corporate data that helps end users access data easily using common business terms. So model is SAC semantic layer, which has all the components listed below, which says dimensions and measures, security defined, dimensions which are shared, series of business rule. So all these are the required, and we should be able to understand what all these components and why it is needed. There are three types of model, we can say: a planning type model, an analytic type model, and analytics based on HANA views. So planning type model, which is pre-configured with the dimensions for time and categories. They offer support for multi-currency and security features at the level of both model and dimension. And users with the planning privilege can create their own versions of the model data. While the second is analytic type model, which does not support any time categories or time and categories, but requires a time dimension. So it doesn't have any categories. We will see in detail with the example what is time and what is categories, so that it will be helpful to understand with the example. An analytic model based on SAP HANA view. So simple model with a single account dimension, but with access to other dimension through SAP HANA. So whatever the security is getting inherited from the SAP HANA. These are the model types which are, and based on our requirement or the business requirement, we should be using one of them. Then data wrangling is one of the capability of the modeling, which manipulate the data to make it accurate and match the business needs. It just highlights or focus on higher value work, whatever required, it works on it. So there are following ways to do a data wrangling, which is split. We can split the data in different ways. Suppose we have city and state name. In combination, we can separate out state and city in separate two columns. We can convert to text to number. We can duplicate columns. We can merge columns. We can edit single cells. We can add highlight for all cells with the same value when selecting a cell. We can maintain a history of transformation with undo and redo features as well. So whatever changes happening on the transformations, that we can undo and redo. We can increase the user creativity, where user can focus on higher valued workflows through suggestion of most obvious actions. So we can suggest infer data types, transformation suggestion based on end user selection. So the tool will automatically understand means what the user is doing. So suppose user has selected some values, based on that the tool can suggest different ways to transform that particular dimension or measure. So they can play with the data. We can show different states, previous and future as well. Preview transformation, let user decide on the result. Data preparation function to transform the data. Responsive experience with the data as well. So once we create a model, we can work from sample and then transform replayed on the entire data set. So sample serves as a blueprint. So we can refer the sample provided by SAP on the SAP Analytics Cloud platform, and that can be used for our reference. Hierarchies in models. So this is very important when we have hierarchies like level based hierarchies, where we can have country, state, city kind of hierarchies that we can define. When we have organization based on parallel parent child hierarchies, that is also we can specify. And while doing the modeling, we need these hierarchies, and this is something which is useful when we wanted to drill on the charts from one level to the next level. That kind of drilling we need hierarchies. In this video we will see basic story design. Story is an important part in SAP Analytics Cloud, and we should be able to understand how to create story, what are the different aspects of the story design. So let's see what is story. A story is a presentation style document that uses charts, visualization, text, images, and pictograms to describe the data. So this is one of the sample story we can say. We'll have a story, and the data is for data modeling. This story will be having different pages. We can have one page can have a geomap, the other page can have a, another chart, or one page can have a geomap plus this type of chart as well, and another page will be having another story, or maybe a pie chart, or maybe a bar chart or column chart. There are different charts which are available, so we can pick it up any chart, and then we can create some stories which will describe the data. So there are two main views. One is data and the story. So data is explore data in real time with dynamic visualization, and the stories can design beautiful interactive dashboard for users. So measures, dimensions, and models, the three components which are also required for story. So it measures represent the quantities that provide meaning to the data. Example: sales revenue, salary, amount, cost related information. Then dimensions would be provides a respective perspective on the data. Maybe it's a string or character data which says product category, first name, last name, address, or any other dimension data. Then model is using dimensions and measures. So it is combination of the dimensions and measures we can model the data. There are responsive pages. The pages which are shown here, page 1 and page 2, we can create the responsive pages. So it can be possible. There are three types of pages available: grid, canvas, and responsive. So in canvas is pixel perfect report for presentation. So if you wanted to build reports for presentations kind of, then we can create this canvas page. Responsive page is for flexible dashboards that can be presented on any device or any screen size, maybe laptop, iPhone, or any other mobile devices,
or laptop. So that is responsive pages. Grid page is just a traditional spreadsheet like Excel spreadsheet kind of data, which give full view of the data. So all the data will be available. So it's based on the need. Suppose one page maybe a canvas page, other page maybe a responsive page, the third page maybe having all the data in the Excel spreadsheet kind of. So responsive page. So this is the responsive page which we can say, and this is having the device. So it is web and laptop. So here also there are some other options of mobile, and we can say which is it for iPhone or different iPhone device types as well. Here it can be specified. So this is the way we can specify. The styling of the page is also we can do. There are some this is chart styling. We can specify background color, actions, and then border, and there are other formatting properties as well that we can specify while styling a page. What are the components we can add on the story page? So charts. So there are different charts: comparison chart, trend chart, correlation chart, distribution, and indicator. The other apart from charts are tables, so vertical table, horizontal tables. Map content geo map, so that is also we can add. Then story filter, page filter, widget filter also we can add. So the filter is also required maybe to filter out the data on the date range, maybe or some other filters as well that we can give. Prompts also we can give. Thresholds, we can give some threshold value for that particular chart or anything, means we can that is also we can add on the. Then link dimensions, which is also available here. Then next is exploring data, protected view of the data which can be manipulated to generate charts of your story pages. And we can measure some dimensions are selected on per page. The visualization in the lower pane updates in real time. So this is what we will see in practically. It is a real-time update of the data. Once the top-down or top filters are get changed, automatically the other charts like below charts will be filtered out. That we will see practically. Bookmarking is another good feature which is having SAP Analytics. So it is bookmarking. We can bookmark the story views. So create bookmarks to save different states of the story. What is the need of the bookmarking? So when a viewing story, we may want to come back to the same view of the data every time, or we may want to set up a different states or scenarios. So there may be some managers who just wanted to see the sales revenue for particular state every month. So he or she can just save that particular state of the story and can maybe come every month to just see that particular state just by just clicking or just saving that particular bookmark. So that is what it is very useful. We will see practically how we can do this as well, so that it will be helpful to understand.
In this video, we will learn about creating numeric point chart. So you can see this is one sample story which is being created. Means I will show you means how to create the story, and then we will see how to create this point chart, this kind of point chart, which is helpful to highlight the major values or the major account values. So let's see means how we can create this kind of a numeric point chart. So let's go to in the create option. You will have option of create story. We already have one sales model created. We will just select that. Let's get an access and explore data. So let's use the sales model which we have used earlier. Now we can see this is what we have seen practically in last video, where we can automatically create here the point charts. However, we can this is what how it can shown up here, but let's see means how we can build on our own numeric point chart. So when we go in the story view, we have this option of this page one is the option where we can add different we can add the title here for this page if you want. Let's add numeric point chart from this insert. There are various options available here. So let's add insert chart. So here once you have this chart added, you will see different options available here, or different charts available. So for now, as we wanted to have a numeric point chart to be added, so let's do that. So once we have added it, we need to have at least one measure to be added. So let's add one measure. So in this add one measure, we can do create a calculation. So we can by default add these measures, or at least we can create a calculation. So for now we wanted to see the net revenue as on the numeric point chart. So let's create a calculation. So you can see there are different options available: calculated measures, restricted measures, difference from aggregation, and dimension to measure. So we will see one by one uh, for this and with the examples. So in the calculated measure, what we wanted to, we need to create formula, so which will be let's say original price. So once we type, it automatically come up means the fields available in the model, and original price minus discount is the net sales. This is the one formula which we wanted to check. We can format it means just to check any syntax error or something, or logical error. So if it is valid, then we can give this name as sales revenue. Select this OK. So you can see this measures has been added, and it will be coming up here. So this is one thing. That there are other things which is here. You can this is the title. There are other properties available here. We can see various add threshold, trails, and cross calculation, mobile enabled, show hide. If you wanted to have subtitle as well, we can do it. So to add subtitle, we can let's say in this is in USD. Uh, so if you wanted to change the title as well, you can change it from here, like just type it. So this is what to show hide options available, chart details, and chart details as well. There are various options available here which we can select. Then there are if you do full screen, to just show up in the full screen mode, just to make sure that it is like that. You can exit the full screen as well if you want. And we can add some cross calculation, hyperlink, etc., as well as linked analysis. Another thing which we will see in detail, what is linked analysis and how we can do it. So that we will see in detail. But for the now, this is what how it is. Now we can add some threshold values to it. So threshold is something which is, we can say, highlighting the data with the different colors. So maybe a red color shows negative, means revenue or in loss, or green means it is in profit, the business is. So that kind of level. So it will be highlighting for that threshold. Conditional formatting is you can use. So we can add thresholds to for conditional formatting. So just click on this add threshold, and once we have add threshold, we can select the measure here. Means let's say means we wanted to apply the threshold on this net revenue sales. So we can give some range. So this is the options to give it here. So we can say if it is green color, or there are green, like green is then warning, then critical, fair. So if it is okay, then we can give some range. So let's say means this is something which is 400,000, we can say means is greater than, then it is green. We can have add range of warning as well, means if it is falls below 3,000, or something which is greater than or equal to 3,000, then it is in a warning to warning. And the less than, if it is less than 400,000, then, and so this is a warning. And another we can add is a critical. If it is less than 3,000 as well, then and greater than 0, then it is. So this is something which is we can give it here. And then once we apply this, you will see means it depends upon means the conditions, the colors get changed. So this is the way means we can add it here. So I have added a few other measures as well here, like gross margin and gross margin percentage as well. So if you say means this is what I have done, means just a similar way gross margin has been added, like net sales revenue, but this is just a measure taken. And then gross margin percentage is one thing which is I have created, which is like this. which is gross margin divided by the net sales revenue, which is, and this is what the percentage has been calculated for this gross margin. And there are some other in the styling, you can give the formatting or the scaling that have given here for number format. So if you say in the number, so let net sales revenue I have made it as 1000, and then in the scale format we can choose its km or bn for thousand, million, billion, like this, or we can have it like so. Suppose if I wanted to change it, it will show like this. So this is how I have done it here. We can select some other options, show currency and show unit if you want, means that is what means it is there, means if you want. uh, and there are some other decimal places as well. We can select how many decimal places we wanted to have. The signs as well, we can display plus or minus or in the bracket. So that is what. There are some other formatting, like format, like what is all text formatting, what the chart title, subtitle, and all those things should look like. So let's say means I wanted to chart title make it as Arial, and size is 12. It is like I wanted to make it as 20, and I wanted to make it as bold as well. So that is we can do it. I wanted to make it color is something different. So this way we can do it, this formatting for all of the measures. So you can say what are the calculated measures or the direct measures we have taken. We can do formatting of it. We can do bordering as well. So it is given here what is the borders which we can give all the borders. So I have selected this, the style, which type of style we wanted to have. So we can choose it, the border color as well. We can choose it for light line width as well. So this is a corner radius. So if you don't make it, it will be a square cordon, like, or else means it will be just changing. So these are some of the things. Border are not supported for mobile devices, so when it views in the mobile, so it is not possible to view the borders in the mobiles. So this is one thing we need to remember. So this is we have done all this gross margin percentage and others like net sales revenue for. So we can view this. We will take it forward. We will build other charts and all those things with this uh, in the next videos. In this video, we will see about the line chart, continuing to our creating story for different components. The first component we have seen about the numeric chart in the previous video. Now let's see means how to add line chart and various properties of the line chart. What are the different things which we can do with line chart. To add a line chart, just click on this insert charts option here. You can see there are different charts available. So we will select from this as line chart first. And once we select this line chart, we need to specify at least y-axis or right or left y-axis. So the first thing is to select the measures. So here we will see gross margin is the one thing which is we wanted to see. Right now we will not take me. Suppose we do wanted to see some other measures as well. So sales revenue or quantity kind other measures that we can select it here. But for now we just select a gross margin here. Add dimension is which we will select. There are different, but for now which is very meaningful means we can see a date wise gross margin for which can be selected as for the dimensions. So this is all date for now means when we select this is it will just have option automatically of drilling down as well. So different years. And if you wanted to go up, we can go to the upper level as well from here when we click on that. There is when we say dimensions, we can do our own filtering of the data with the help of this filter options, which is filter by member. Filter by member is just a selection of the years and quarters. Filter by range is about the particular time period, and then we can select current year basically to for the specific one. So let's see filter by member, first one. So for now means we have different years that we can select. However, we can also select for some specific year we wanted to see the four quarter. So you can see it here, and there are some other options which is allow viewers to modify selection. Generally, we should be allowing the users to modify the selection. Means it's just a filtering. So based on the filters, means the users can choose there. Should not allow viewers to delete the filter hide in control panels. So the existing filters we should be keeping that. There is multiple selection or single selection, so it can be possible that multiple values can be selected over the chart. So once you click on this OK, now you can see this chart has been created. You can see this is year 2014. Let's do. So once we have this, we can use different options to be selected here, which is for formatting and all those things. So suppose this is line. So you can see this is the year 2013. This is year 14, which is for each quarter. So suppose if you wanted to go drill down as well, we can go with that particular year, and for each year it has January to February. So as this is a drillable, or this is a hierarchy component, and that's why this drilling is possible here on this chart. The drilling is possible. We can go again up. I mean, it's year and quarter hierarchy set. Basically, if it is year, quarter, month, or day, and then we can go to the lowest level of the hierarchy, which is day as well. So that is also possible. We can when we select this line, you can see there is a styling option here. Where we can select different formatting options, which is data point. So suppose this data point is nothing but the points which are shown up here. We can give different colors to this. Suppose I wanted to show these data points in a different color. This formatting and all those things we can specify with all these things. The formatting we can say means if it is 1,000, a million, or a billion. For now, let's say select is 1,000. So when we select 1,000, it will come as automatically here in 1,000. So whatever the figure it is showing is here. Earlier it was a complete figure of 65,000, some 7,500 something. So that has been changed in 1,000. So it has been like 65,000, 65.75. So this figure is in 1,000. So this we can give. The scale formatting we can specify 1,000, million. Again, same formatting which we can do. Legends. So whatever the legends we are having, we can have it above or below chart. So suppose we want to have it the legends. So that can be possible to appear here. To this thing, let's do some full screen this so that it will be helpful for our understanding. Now we can see there are different properties available here. If you click on this, you can actually sort by date, then gross margin, and there are other options as well here by sort like earliest to latest. So this is also we can do it, or we can sort in based on the latest to earliest. So you can see this date has formatting has changed 2015, then to 14 and 13. Then now we can select some other properties, which is ranking. So we can select a top 5 ranking. So this is also one. So what is the top 5 values, and that it is possible to see it here as well. We can select just bottom 5 as well. So this gets changed. Now we don't want to select this, so I'm just reverting it on the changes. Now there are some other properties which is compared to which is previous period or previous year or previous quarter. So when we select previous period, it will show the difference between the see what is the difference between this value and this. So minus, this is the minus. So you can see how it has been compared over the previous. When we apply this filter, you can see this variance as well here, which is with the previous period. This way we can do the comparison with the previous year, previous quarter, and if you select this open variance panel as well, then also it is possible to see what are the variance and all those things. So we suppose we have something, some values to be compared that we can give it here, so which is all measures or some measures which we are having and to which it is to be compared, so that we can give it here uh, for this. Now let's go back to now coming to the other properties of this chart. See, add smart insights. So this is also very powerful feature which is available with the SAP Analytics Cloud. When we say add smart insight, it will show up the values, means when we run it. So like see, so basically when we open this chart, it will show the smart insight for gross margin for 2003 is the top contributor. So as you see, is from this actually it will use the analytics technology, and based on that it will suggest different important or critical data from this analysis. So this is very powerful, so which will be helpful for the business users to take these decisions faster. We can add some reference line as well. Suppose we have some reference line of like 50,000. So this is one benchmark we wanted to set, and based on that means it is has helpful. So this is, we can say, it's a reference range. So this is the reference range which is there, and the different things. So there are different things which we can do with this reference range, and it is helpful to measure the performance of the particular business, how it is performing, means whether it is going good in terms of year-wise data or quarter-wise data, or it is having some issues with the business data. Now you can see there are some other options available as well. Mobile enabled is fine, and then we can say adding forecast as well. Automatic forecast we can add. So there is one more about the reference line which is fixed and dynamic as well. So we can give some reference to this fixed. In fixed, where we can specify some specific value, uh, like 50,000 or something as a reference value, and in dynamic actually we can select a measure which is coming from the database or the model. So that range we can give it here, and its aggregation, whether it is maximum or minimum, that we can select, and label also we can give it. The next point is to add conditional formatting or a threshold values, so that we can format our line chart as per the values which is given here. To do this, we can just select here add dimension or threshold, and from here we can select the measures which is already there. We have created conditional formatting, so you can see means based on this conditional formatting, these points has been changed, the colors has been changed, because we have already created conditional formatting for gross margin for the numeric point chart. So that is it has taken. We can edit the ranges. So edit range means it will be the one which is here. We can suppose we can select this is 65,000 or something. Let's say 6. So this way, if you do this, this will show the various conditional formatting results. So you can see the green ones are okay, the orange ones are warning, and the critical ones. So you can see the color has been changed for this thresholds. So this is one thing which we can do, and the tooltip is also, it will show up means for which it is threshold is gross margin, what is the state like okay or warning or critical. After that means we will see what is trailing. So there is one more option of having add trellis. So this is trellis is one option which is available, where we can divide our chart to different divisions. Like if you see based on the dimensions available, we can divide our chart. So suppose we wanted to divide this chart on the state part, so we can do this by using this one. So you can see this is for California, Nevada, and Oregon. So you can see the different charts available for this state wise. uh, Basically if you wanted to change this, instead of chart, we can do select some other dimensions as well, which will be helpful to see. Let's do it on a city. So based on, because there will be multiple cities, you can see there are different charts getting created, and this is what how it looks like. So this is a very good point to as well to create it different charts for different cities, and if that is something which is needed for different date ranges, and that is also we can do it. Let's remove it. I don't want to make it as for state wise or city wise distribution, so I'm just removing this trellis. So when this is needed, we can do this. So I'm just now this is what we have done till now, miss, with this dashboard, and we wanted to select like this. For now, this is what means we do have a numeric point chart for net sales revenue and gross margin, and we have a gross margin line chart as well at the moment. Let's learn about storytelling, visualization, basic calculation, and formatting. It is important to understand what are the things which we can do while we create the stories for our applications. So what is story? Basically, story, how this is one sample story which is given on the right side of this, where we can see different charts, and different you can see some of the range filters, date range filters, some of the options available here, so that user can select any of the product, and then they can see their respective revenue details here. So this is something which is nothing but a story. And how this story can be created, there are different ways to create. We can create choose some custom templates provided by SAP, or we can create our own templates directly, or we can just start our own design as well. So that we will see practically as well how to create it. Now when we say story structure, or what is the defining of story structure, we need to understand means um, three pages, which is canvas, grid, and responsive pages. We have already seen this in the previous videos, where we have seen what is canvas, what is grid, and what is responsive page. So we need to use one of them to make the story. Run a smart discovery for data analysis. We can do this by using smart discovery option. And then how to create stories, or what are the design to choose. So we can either create a new design, or we can use the templates provided by SAP, or the templates customized by our business. So that is also we can do. So when we say creating a visualizations, there are different components which are available: charts, tables, maps, and all these value tree, picture, pictogram. All of these components are very useful, and we need to understand the functionality of each and every component, so that it will be helpful to build our powerful visualizations. While using it as well, we need to understand means how to use them, or how to make most of it, so that our visualizations are very powerful or user friendly. So we need to select the choose direction or importance of visualization. So we need to see means what we need to see show on the top, or what we wanted to show on the bottom, or in the middle, or like that. We need to make it user friendly, so that it is a simple reading direction. We need to follow the format means left to right, or kind of reading format. Then logical grouping order, where we need to place the component. So it should be located next to each other, so that it is easily readable to the user. So this is what we need to make sure that our visualizations are placed correctly on the stories. Then we will see some of the data preparation. While we do data preparation like model creation, when we acquire data, then there are two types of aggregation: standard aggregation and exception aggregation. So standard aggregation and exception aggregations are very important to understand. Means standard aggregation are the aggregation which are defined at the data source level, or from the database, and the exception aggregation are defined at the model level in the SAP Analytics. So here is one example which says some of this. So this is standard aggregation coming from the database as a expected revenue, and which is predefined in the data source of the data model. While exception aggregation is something which is not part of the data source, but it is defined in the model. So exception aggregation can be applied from a model or a story, and this is one of the average function which is here used, which says which is a exception aggregation applied. How to add exception aggregation, so that we will see practically how to add, and these are some of the exception aggregation types which are like this: sum, min, max, average, first, last, as well. So that we will see this practically how to use this, so that it will be helpful for to understand all this with the examples. In this video, we will learn about creating bar chart or column chart, and then we will also see how to create a stacked bar column chart as well. And in the charts, how to drill up and drill down in the chart. So that also we will see in this video. So we do have already our story created, which is having a numeric point chart and the line chart, which we already created in our previous videos. So continuing to that story only, we will be adding a chart. So let's edit this. In the designer mode, we can just add a chart. So insert chart from here, and then we can select first is bar or column chart that we are going to see. So in this bar or column chart, we will see gross margin for each product by state. So what is the gross margin? So that we will see chart orientation, we will see set as horizontal only. The first thing is we need to add a measure. So the measure will be gross margin percentage. That's what we are going to take. And then dimension will be product, because for product only we need to find the gross margin. And then the color will be also means we need to select, because or the dimension measure, so that we can see for each state or location we wanted to see. So let's add this state as colored. Here this is how it is now. Now we can enable legend as well here, just to show the region, so that it will be helpful to see. Means you can see this and how it looks like. Right now we have these colors, so we can switch these colors as well if you want. Means based on these colors we can select different colors if we feel means we wanted to select. So you can see for each state like California, Nevada, and Oregon, we can see this product how it is performed. So now there is a drilling also available here. If you click on this, we can see the drill options here. If you click on this, it goes to that particular state and for that particular product. So we can see drill down and drill up. We can do it hit from here. Uh, the drill set as for level 1, level 2 as well. So let's say we can go to up to level 2 as well from here as well. So this is the default one which is available here. So this is a drilling we can do with this column chart. So we should name this what is gross margin percentage for each product by state. This is the one question which is maybe business users may wanted to see for each product what is the gross margin percentage. Now the next point is about adding a stacked bar column chart, where we wanted to see how each product has performed over a period of time. So let's add a chart here. In this we will add a stacked bar column chart, and we will keep its orientation as vertical, and we will select net sales revenue as we wanted to see the performance of the product. So net sales revenue is the one measure we are going to select, and dimension we will see as we wanted to see over the period. Select the date as the field, and then color will be we will be selecting the product, because based on the product only we wanted to see how for each year how it has been performed. And so you can see means now this is showing like this. We can show the legends here so that it will be helpful to identify it. Let's do a full screen as well. Now you can see for each year, this is for all year. We can see that hierarchy or drilling is enabled here. We can just go by date or product. So there are two options available by which date or product you wanted to go to the drills. By using this, we can go to date again in the detail. You can see for quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, for each year for which product has performed better. So you can see this orange color is perform better. We can go more in detail to see how this has been performed in that particular quarter and which month is having highest sales. So here you can see the August month is, and by using this August month data, we can see why this has been having highest sales revenue. Maybe there are some different scenarios or business situations which pop the higher revenue for that particular product in that duration, and why the July and September is having less data for that particular sales. So that these values uh, can be drilled. We can go in August month which product has performed over better. So in the August month we can see this is one thing which is orange with pulp is performed well in this. We can go drill up again now with the date. We can go again with the date and for this year. So we can say means by product we can so suppose if you wanted to, for this year we wanted to see. Now we can go to directly drilling on product as well instead of date as well. So for 2013, which is the product, so this is also it is able to show up. So we can give some date is what is how is the product has performed over a period of time. So this is one thing which is wanted to see. Business managers wanted to see the performance of the particular product over year, month wise and quarter wise as well, so that we can set up with this stacked bar column. So it is very useful to see the data in this way. Different colors, we can select different colors from here, and there are some other things which we can do this as well to use see useful. In this video we will learn about creating calculated measures with the input controls, and also creating restricted measures, calculated measures. So let's try to create one chart. The simple bar chart I'm taking, which is selecting as a horizontal, let's say, and adding a original sales price as a measure, and I'm adding a dimension of the product. So just wanted to see a product original price, and here we can add a new calculation measure which will use the incremental sales for that particular measure. To do that, let's add measures, and in this instead of selecting any available one, create calculation, and in this we can select this is a calculated measure and incremental cells. So this is the name for this calculated measure. We are going to select create new input control. So input control act as a variable and which can be used to calculate the measure values or to just change the values without modifying the underlying data in the model. So create model. We can give some name to this as incremental factor, we can say, and we can select either existing dimension. Suppose we can select any other dimension which we wanted to multiply with the original sales price, or something we need to divide, or something some that also we can do with this existing dimension model, and then we can select different dimensions from it. But for now the other way is to create the static, where we can just give some static values. Data type we can select as number, and then we can say we can select by range. Suppose we wanted to give some range, then we can give minimum and maximum range, and we can increment by whatever number we wanted to increment. The other one is to add a select by a member. We can just give some, like let's say 2.5 comma 5 comma 10. So this is something which is we wanted to give. We can give multiple selection, but in this case as we just wanted to increment by this single incremental factor, we will select as a single selection, because this will affect, because otherwise we need to select all this, and that is not going to be valid here. Now I have selected this input values, and I'm clicking on OK. Now you can see incremental factor is one input control has been created. So that is one kind of variable, we can say. Now let's add this original price, sales price, and we will just multiply that with the incremental factor. So this is what we are going to do. We'll just verify this formula whether it is valid or not, and just create click on OK. Now you can see this chart has been changed. Now the initial blue line chart is about the original sales price, and then the orange one is incremental. Now we can see the formula as well. Incremental sales is one formula which is here. You can say if you do multiply, do select 5 as incremental, then this value gets changed. Whatever the orange one, it gets changed. So it is like first is 34 is the original 34,682 is the original sales price. It will be multiplied by 5 now. Now if you select the 10, then it will get multiplied by 10. So based on this, we can select it, or else we can just select 3.2 or 2.5, which is just getting multiplied with that. So once we select this original price gets changed. Original price will be same, but the incremental sales can be changed based on this selection. So users can select these incremental sales. Means maybe this is required for their analysis, how the sales can be improved for that particular product, and maybe they can give the target to their sales people, so that they can see this is what we need to have the incremental sales, means maybe by 2.5% or maybe 5% or maybe 10% kind of. So that kind of incremental sales they can just see here on the. This is what we can do with these calculated measures with the input controls. Now the next point is about the creating restricted measures. The restricted measures are just one kind of filter to the charts which we can create, and suppose there is a requirement that some charts just wanted to filter out on some of the values or some of the dimensions. So then we can select these restricted measures. To do this, just go back to the charts, measures, add measures option, and in here we will select create calculation, and in this we will select restricted measures, not the calculated measure, and we will say, let's say, means this chart we just wanted to see for California. So here we can select original sales price, and this is just to be selected for let's say location or maybe state wise. So then we can select the values. So we have the select by member. So in this we will see this state values which are there, and based on that, suppose we just wanted to filter out for California, then we will select that. We can add another dimension as well, means if there are some other dimensions we wanted to filter out. So this is the way we create restricted measures. Now once we create the restricted measures, you can see a new green bar has been come here with the California state, means for this particular. So you can see, means wherever. So for these juices and others, there is no sales for this in the California. That's why it is not shown up here. If there is a data, then it will show up. So this is how we can create the restricted measure. Now the third type of calculation is the difference from. We have already created one chart which is giving gross margin percentage for each product by state. Now we will just duplicate this chart and we will see the difference with the previous year. So to do this, just to copy and paste this chart, we can see this is created here. We can see to create a new calculation, again we will go to add measure, and in this again we will see create calculation. Here instead of calculated measure or restricted measure, we will see a third type of calculation type, which is difference from, and we will give this gross margin percentage that we can select. We will select the gross margin as the measure which is here. The time dimension will be our date dimension, because we are going to compare with the periods. Now when we select A minus B is the two things which we need to consider. So the we need to select the first um, time, which is current date, or maybe select by member. So we will select members. So we wanted to compare with the 2014 to the previous year. So we will select this the previous one, 2014 here, and to previous to n period, whether we wanted to compare with the previous 1 year or previous 2 year or previous 3 years. So whatever value it may be have, or whatever the values we wanted to verify, compare, that we can select it here. Now set no to data as 0. So this is fine, means when there is no data, then we can say as no 0. Calculate as percentage. So calculate as percentage, when we select, then we need to divide it by some other values. So we will select it here with the compare value to the value. So whatever the value which is 2014 divided by 2013, that's what the value we can select to just create this. Now once we have created it, just click on OK. Now we can see this which is here. Let's do this full screen so that we can see what is the difference. Now when we say, you can see this is the for 2013-14, what is the, this is the previous year and this is the current year difference. So you can see this compare from 2013-14, California and Nevada, these three states, it is showing different here, as you can see. This is the original one. You can see these colors, the higher, and the difference one is are shown here, which is shown here. The legends shows the difference. So for this is for 2013-14 for California. It has a positive difference, and for other two it has, for Nevada it has minus difference, and for Oregon state also it has difference. So this is how it is, you can create difference from calculation type. In this video, that's what we have covered. We have covered creating calculated measures with the input control. Then we have covered about the restricted measure, creating restricted measure with the example, and now we have saw about creating difference from calculation type as well. In this video, we will learn about various key performance indicators, then page filters, reference lines, story filters, and how we can apply various key performance indicators. So basically, key performance indicators are very important to understand, because it is something which is a business objective which are set when the business is being run. Business managers or the top management people will see how the business is performing, and they will monitor the business using the key performance indicators, that is KPI. Performance is not meeting the criteria about of the KPIs, then the system may throw some alerts to the business, so that they can take the necessary actions. Now to see, first we will see how to create a bullet chart which is showing the different KPI, like key performance indicators. So to do this, just add a bullet chart from here. So we can say indicator, this is a chart type which is we are going to select. One is bullet, and from here we will add first as a gross margin as one of the measure, and it needs state or location, which is and the color will be based on the product what we are having, the threshold value which has we have created, which is for gross margin. So this gross margin, which is one option we have created already as a threshold or a conditional formatting, where we already set some values which is number range, and which has these values which we have set, and based on this it will highlight whether it is okay, whether it is a warning or a critical things. When we open this, let's do this full screen. So now you can see where the business values stand. So this is the line which is there, which says this for California, this is the gross margin which is falling in critical. For Nevada, we can see it is in a warning things, and also for Oregon as well it is. So when we mouse over on it, you can see gross margin is 55,000 some 140, and then what is the threshold range, and what is the status. So it will show up as warning as well. uh, this way we can create the bullet charts which will suggest the business, how the business is going on, and based on this the business users can take decisions. Then now the next thing is about creating a reference line. Reference lines is one thing where we can set some references to the values we are getting from the charts. So maybe average reference values or maximum or minimum reference values. So to do this, we will add one more chart here just for creating of this. So let's do a chart adding which is a column chart, we can say, and horizontal we will say again a gross margin or gross margin we will select, and gross margin was once we have selected, we will select the dimension as location or state, so that it will come like this. Now once we have this, we can set this, we can select the dimension as well, let's say product. Now we need to add a reference lines. To do this reference line, will just go to this option here and select add reference line from here. Now there are two types of reference lines, which is one is fixed and the other one is dynamic. So try to use fixed one. Let's say means we are setting 100 million value, which is there as a reference, and we will say this is an average as a label. You can see this is, we can select some colors to the lines as well. So let's say means this is label color and line color as well. So this is a fixed value, and suppose what happens when we use a fixed reference line, when we drill down on this value, the average value will remain same. It is 100 million. It is not going to change. So this is a drawback, we can say, means when we wanted to use a reference line. So whenever it is necessary, means we should using a dynamic reference line, which is here. Now let's try to use this reference value as a dynamic. Now when in dynamic, we can just directly select our measures, and based on that means we can select. So gross margin is average. So whatever the measures we have taken, it automatically calculates the average. We can say actuals is the version, means based on the actual values, the average should be calculated. So maximum and minimum reference we can use it here, but basically average is the reference we should be using. The other things is average is the label. And once we apply this, now the difference is when we apply this dynamic reference line, when we click on this, or when we drill down on this any of the product, the average gets changed. So this is the reference for this. Now when we go in the up level, you can see reference value is 39,732, but when we go down to the next level, the average changes to whatever the value it is having. Suppose there are more than 3 or 4 categories in this product, then based on that 3 or 4 product categories, the average will be calculated and it will be displayed. So this will be a dynamic, and this is what it should be. I think we should be using when we wanted to use dynamic reference lines. Now next point is we should be using is about the story filters and the page filters. So story filters actually apply to the particular component or a chart, while page filter will be applying for the complete page filter. So to do this story filter, whenever we have the any of the chart, we can just click on here or mouse click on here. You can see their filter gets applied. So filter on selected data points. So when we select this, it automatically filter out on that particular product, and we can remove this filter from here as well. So this way, this is a story filter, which is actually a chart filter, we can say, which is applied here. Now there is another filter which is for this particular page filter. All the page filter, all the page components will be filter out based on that. So for that, what we can do, we can add input control from here, and from this we can select the measures or the dimensions on which we wanted to select. Date range is, date is one dimension which we have, based on that we wanted to. So filter by member or filter by range. So when we say filter by range, we can filter it from here with the years, and the other is filter by. So the filter by range is one thing which is based on the dynamic or fixed one. So dynamic will be basically whatever the range it is having, it will be displayed there based on the values which are for a particular duration. Fixed will be whatever the values right now it is having, it will take like this. So 2013 to 2016, suppose we don't have that data, then we can say for these 3 years only we wanted to see. Hierarchy also we need to specify year, quarter, month. Suppose there is some other hierarchy we wanted to choose, we can choose it from here, year, month only, if you don't want to go to a quarter level as well. Now the range is granularity. From year it will start from 2013 to 14. That's what we can select. New range also we can add it here, where we can specify quarter wise, year, quarter, month filter as well. Now our now allow viewers to modify the selections. This is fine, means it should be users can modify the selections. Users can select multiple selection or single selection, that we can select and click OK. Now here, once we click on here, you can see that page filter is applied here. Let me move this to here. You can see this is the filter which is used, or it is getting displayed like this. And from this we can select, like suppose we just wanted to select the data for one a year only, then this can be done from here. And or from this drop down as well, you can select. So based on this filter, the data gets changed. And all the components, all the charts, when we use this date filter, we can get it applied on all the chart components, so which is very useful. So this is a page filter which can be used like this. That's it from this video. I hope you have understood these components. We have covered about the bullet chart, then reference line, then story filter, page filters as well. This is our story which we have created using the different components, and all the videos which we have seen as previous to this video covers most all the practical things, how we have implemented these different charts. We have started with the numeric chart, then line chart, then we have seen stacked bar chart as well, column as well, then we have seen the column bar chart with its different calculation type, like calculated measures, restricted measures, then difference from measures, and how to use that. Then we have also seen the reference line, where we have seen what is fixed reference line and dynamic reference line. Then we have seen the input controls, which is the date range filter here, where we can apply the date range filter for this. Also we have seen the bullet chart for having this kind of KPI indicator, how the business is performing, so it is useful. Then we have also seen different components or different features, like linked analysis, adding page filter, or adding story filters or chart filters. So these all we have covered till now, and we will continue to improve this story with the new features which SSC is having, and like geomap. So we will see that in next video, so please watch my videos for the next understanding. I have all given the links for this video description for all these components in this, so you can go through this one by one if you have missed that. In this video we will learn about the data integration with SAP BW for HANA and SAP Universes to that SAP Analytics Cloud. There are some basic concepts we will try to understand in this video, and practically we will see how this can be used or implemented. So let's see, means what are the advantages of SAP BW for HANA. So it is an investment. We can leverage the investment into SAP BW and provide the users with the analytics beyond data discovery. So we can directly consume BW data without data replication. So there is no data refresh or data replication needed when we can connect to the SAP BW data, BW for HANA. We can utilize the native BW query concepts to get most out of your data. We can reuse the existing authorization concepts for data level security. So whatever the security which is applied at the BW for HANA side, that can same be applied at the SAP Analytics Cloud. We can continue establish best practices. So whatever the best practices used at SAP BW for HANA for views and all those things, query design, lifecycle management, data level authorization, that all can be used in SAP Analytics Cloud. So what are the connectivity features or the functionality we can say means which is direct, secure, and simple. So this is one basic and like full thing we can have. We can connect directly to BW queries or generated HANA views in our on-premise SAP BW systems. And once we connect, there is no additional modeling is required. We just need to connect to the SAP HANA views or the SAP BW queries, and no data replication in the SAP Analytics Cloud, as well as it will happen on real time with the SAP HANA. Data remains behind your corporate firewall when running queries and displaying results. No authorization replication needed. SAP BW authorizations are fully respected. End-to-end integration is another feature, which is ability to access SAP BW and SAP HANA features that cannot be accessed through standard query interface. So some of the query interfaces like SQL or multiple dimensions queries, so they cannot directly access some of the features from SAP BW and HANA, but SAP Analytics can do it. Use of unique best-in-class query interface to SAP BW and SAP HANA engines, that is also possible. Query interface is continuously enhanced alongside SAP BW and HANA engine enhancements. So in summary, what are the topics, what are the points we can consider? Chart to chart filtering, create filters or drill through hierarchical data in one chart. We can use a BW variable prompt as enhancements, BW variant personalization, consumption, BW structures. We can use BW structures. We can have need table connections, integration with the BW query techniques, and parallel execution of the BW queries. That will be helpful for the performance optimization of the analysis applications. Integrating with SAP Universe. When we say SAP Universes, which is SAP Business Objects Universes, which are created in the information design tool or the Universe Designer. So we have to use live data connections. So when we use live connections, no data will be stored in the cloud, or it is on-demand connection. So all the data will be retrieved when it is needed from the applications. A replicative data input connection, data will be stored in the cloud and updated within intervals. So you can see, Miss, there are two ways we can connect to the SAP and data universes. One is live data and data import. So when we say data import connection, we need to have SAP Cloud Connector, SAP CP Cloud Connector, and SAP Analytics Cloud Agent. Two main additional components we need here to connect to. When we use live data connections, it is just a browser or and SAP BU live data connect on BI platform from Launchpad. We can use that and just connect to that SAP universes. So when we say requirement of the live connections and the data in data import, then we see this is SAP Cloud Connected and SAP Analytics Cloud Agent. That's what it is shown here in this diagram as well. And for live connection, we can just need to set the some of the BOE properties, which we should have this connection of the BOE.temporary document folder, which holds the name of the folder that is created inside each user's favorites folder when they consume live data connections. So we will see this practically with how to configure this and how to connect to the different universes. In this video, we will see linked analysis and examine data functionality of the SAP Analytics Cloud. These are the two important concepts which we should be able to understand, and we will see this practically how to implement this. Firstly, what is linked analysis? So linked analysis means we have already seen story filter or chart filter or page filter, where we are applying the filters on different charts and or the entire page in our previous videos. However, when we say about the linked analysis, that means whenever we do any interaction, suppose we are doing interaction on this chart as drill down on this chart, then this chart is getting filtered out, or it is just drilled out. But this interaction is not impacting any other component or any other chart in this story. So this is an interaction. We can make use of linked analysis functionality where we can implement this interactions. Whatever the interactions we are doing on this chart can affect the data of other charts. We can do for all the charts, all the components of the chart page, or we can do for a specific chart as well. So let's see how to do this. Now when we say linked analysis, so I'm just selecting this chart. So on this chart, suppose I'm doing some interactions, then I wanted to affect the other all the components of these charts. So to do this, if you can go to this options here, where you have more actions option. Here you can select linked analysis. Once you select it, then it shows interactions apply to only this widget or all widgets in the story. So for now I'm just selecting all widgets in the story. We can means if there are multiple pages, the pages I'm saying this is one page, then there is other pages also we can add. And this is also possible, means all the pages, that means all widgets in the story, all widgets on this page, only this page but not to other page, or only selected widgets. So for now let's see, means I'm just selecting all widgets in the story, and I'm selecting apply. And when we say view, now I'm going to interact with this chart which I have just applied the linked analysis. When I say linked analysis, I clicking on here, I'm just drilling down on this chart. So you can see the all the points, all the widgets on this story has been affected, and it is showing net sales revenue, how much net sales revenue for this particular product. Then this line chart has also reflected. This particular bullet chart has been also changed. This particular chart has been also changed. And basically if this is something which is a different chart which is not feasible to display, that's why it is showing that no data is available for that. This way we can do it. Now let's go back and let's try to apply these interactions, linked analysis to only to specific widget. Now let's say all widget on this page, so that will affect only selected widgets. Then we can say automatically connect newly created filter data on data point selection as well, or we can say means gross margin or gross margin percentage for others. So this is first one, numeric point chart. Let's say I wanted to add this only to this line chart, which is gross margin per date, and I'm just applying here. And when we view this, we can see means now no other widgets or no other chart should be affected, only this one. So if I'm going to interact going up, going down, you can see this is getting changed, this line chart only, no other component. So you can see everything is the same way. So when we wanted to interact with other components, so this is very useful feature, I would say, as a linked analysis, where one chart can affect the other chart data to be displayed in such a way that means it is useful for the business. Now the second point which I wanted to cover in this video is about the data examine. So suppose I wanted to examine this data. So whatever the data which is displaying on this chart, I wanted to see whether it's model data, means what is the data behind that chart. So we can do that. Just select this chart, and there is an option of examine in display. When we select on this examine, you can see the data is getting displayed in an Excel spreadsheet kind of view, where it shows the actual data in the database. So suppose there is something which is we wanted to validate whether the data is displayed on the data on the visualization stories, whether it is correct or not, or it is accurate to that in the database models. So that the way we can do this examine functionality. When we wanted to hide, we just click on this. That's it from this video. I hope you have understood these 2 points. In this video, we will see analytic applications, one of the powerful feature again from SAP Analytics Cloud. Apart from storage or digital boardroom or visualization, this is one another component or a feature which is available with SAP Analytics Cloud, that we will see some of the basic concepts how to create that. So what is SAP Analytic Application, which is a document that can contain visualizations such as tables, charts, and filters to allow navigation and analysis of data. So what is difference of Analytic application than that of storage and all those things? So it can personalize the visualization and interaction behaviors of the elements according to the user requirement. So there are some specific requirements from the business. So that can be achieved using the analytic applications only. Means we can write some scripting applications, some script code, various event driven application code as well, that we can do it in this analytic application, and these are created and consumed in SAP Analytics Cloud only. So how to create this? So in SAP Analytics Cloud, when we open this, we have this create analytic application option. So apart from story model, you can say we have another option of analytic applications. When we click on this, we get in a screen where we can see different components available. So we do have these different components on the left side, which says script variables, script objects. We can have OData services, and there are so many things which we can do, and that to be in a scripting code as well. The device on which device it can be seen, that also we can specify. It may be laptop, iPod, Pro, iPhone as well. Then iPhone X as well. So there are different devices which where this application can be viewed, and similarly we can get a view of that particular application, how it will look into that. There are some other options where insert, we can chart, insert tables, and there are different options like a drop down, filter, list box, checkpoint, checkbox, option list kind of things, buttons. There are various components available. We will be seeing that practically how this can be done. But this is very powerful, I think. Means when we write some script or code to build different applications, so this would be very helpful. So we will see this as well.
In this video, we will learn about linking two different models in the story, and how these two different models data can be used to display the data on the chart. So we will see how to create a scatter plot chart based on two different models, use link dimensions functionality, which where we will see different link type or join types, means how the data can be joined and then it can be used. So now let's see means how we can create. There is an option to link dimensions, where we can see link dimensions option here. When we click on link dimension, we will get an option to select two models. The first one is here. We can say I wanted to take planned event sample model, and then the next one is based on use. So here we will see planned event sample is one thing which is we are going to take a city, and we'll join with the location, because both of the columns will have similar kind of data. So you can see in the sample here provided, it shows the data of the city names, and in the location as well. You can see here on the best on choose model, you can see city names as well. If there are any errors between the data, then it will show up here. Means if there are anything, means the joins or the linking is not valid, then it can show up here. We can add more dimensions as well to a link here. We can select other, and we can just drag it. We can select different dimensions. Now once we are done with this linking to dimension, just click on set, and then we can see, means this it will show up, means from plan event sample city is the dimension, and best on use sample model location is the dimension. Just click on done. Once we are done with this, means we wanted to see how we can use this to display the data in our charts. To do this, let's add one chart in the story. We will take a scatter plot chart just to see how many events happen in a particular year, and also sales net revenue as well. On the x-axis, we will add measures from, for now we will just see the measures from the planned event sample, and on y-axis we wanted to show the net sales revenue. For this, for now on this chart, this is just only one SAM model, which is planned events. And we wanted to add link model. Just click on this add link model, and we do have based on use sample model which is already linked, and you can see this is joined already. So we whatever the dimensions joined, we can get it from this link model. On the y-axis, we wanted to add a net revenue, net sales revenue. So for this, you can see now it has appeared the next model as well, which is linked, and we can select net revenue from this model. Now we need dimensions or colors on this as well, because just adding measures will not work. This scatter plot needs a dimension colors as well. Let's use a planned event sample which we have created a link dimensions on city. So you can see it has a different icon which says it's linked with the best run use sample model. We can select this. Now once we select this, it will appear like this, where we can see different types of plots on the scatter chart, where it has different data based on the on the y-axis it has a net revenue, and on the x-axis is number of events for 2016. Means what are the events happen and what is their revenues for that particular event in that particular year. So this kind of data we can get it from the two linked model. Now when we say linked modeling, linked dimensions, we need to see means how they are linked. We can see means there are two different types of link types. We can say when we click on this option here, you can see there is an option of link type which says whether it is all primary data or intersecting data only, and there is an all data option as well. So all primary data, these are nothing but the join types between the dimensions which we are going to see. So all primary data means it will take all data from the planned event sample, and it will also take the matching data from the second model. That means it's kind of a left after join. You can say all data is disabled here as of now, because this is enabled only when we use HANA data sources. That time you can get this. This will give all the data from both the models, and then is intersecting data only. That means whatever the data which is matching there, that it will take. So we will see both this how to use this, and I will show you practically as well on this. There are the other options of unlinked dimensions options. We can create new members, or we can merge members as well. And this is showing active link dimensions. So for now, city and location are active. So if there are many, then we can get this as well.
Now let's see how link dimensions can give different types of data based on the all primary data or intersecting data only. That means just matching records or all kinds of data. So I'm just adding one chart here just to see means how this affects the data. We'll add a link model as well, which is here, planned event sample. Now I'll just select this trend chart, which is a stacked area chart. I will select, and I will add a measures. The first measures I will add from the is net revenue, and another measure I will be going to add is about again the events for that from the planned events model. I'm going to add a dimension as well from the best run juice model, which is a location, just to see location wise sales revenue for and the events as well. So now we can see means we do have the hierarchy enabled for this location. Now we can see means the location and the sales revenue it is giving and the events as well. So we will just has a hierarchy is enabled on this location. We will go on this with the next level, and we will see means how this affects now you can see different types of locations available here, or the cities available here, where we can say means there are two cities which does not have any data. Means this best run juice sample is not having any data for now, means you can say so in the best run. So in the link dimensions, when we say this is all primary data, link type is selected as all primary data. That's why it is showing like this, where for now you don't see any data for this particular, or there is no events for this two cities, which is because this orange dots are events and this blue are net revenue. So for this is not having any data. That means it doesn't have any data in the second planned events model, though that's why it is still showing because we have selected this as a all primary data. Now if it's just select intersecting data only, that means what are the data matching between the two tables, that will appear, and you can see those two records are not appearing, or those two locations are not appearing here. Whatever the data which is matching means if there is an event, then if there is a revenue, then that's what means it is showing up there for that particular location. You will see there is no location available. So this is about that all primary data and intersecting. Intersecting data will give only matching records between the two models, and all primary data will give all the data from the left or the first primary model, which is here, and what are the matching from the second. So that kind of this link dimensions functionality works. Link dimensions functionality work. In this video, we will see about predictive forecasting through a trend time series chart. We will see different types of forecasting, how we can implement forecasting for the trend series charts based on the existing data. There are different types of predictive forecasting as well, the algorithms which are there available with the SSC that we can use to show our the predictive forecasting. So let's get started. Let's add one chart. In the trend chart, you can select time series chart, and from that, once we will just select the best on choose sample model. Once we have added it, we can add measures. Let's say we will add a measure. We will create or we will just create one calculation which is net revenue. Original price minus discount. That is what the net sales revenue. Once we have added this, we need a dimension as well, and for time series or chart, it is always needed a date or time dimension. You will not see any other list as well from the model. We need to select this date. Now once we can see this how this is, let's do some number formatting so that it will look good. So you can see this is what we do have this time trend series chart which is created. You can see different values which is for the year, month wise, and so here we can select 1 month data as well, 3 months data, 6 months, a year to data as well, 1 year and all a year as well. This way we can do this. Now let's say means we'll just see if you wanted to drill through different year or half year or a month, then we can do that as well. Right now it is on month wise, it is drilled down, so we can go up in the drilling as well. Now to add up forecasting, we have this chart and we have the option to add option here, and you can see forecast option. There are three options available here. One is automatic forecast, and the other one is some advanced forecasting, which uses linear regression and triple expansion smoothing and additional inputs. We can let's first do automatic forecast. When we click on this automatic forecast, the forecast will generate for next 6 months again. Whatever the value we do have, so you can see this is the forecast. Once we have applied the forecast, this a link comes on the top of this chart which says forecast, and if it is green, that means it is forecast is successful. If it is gray, then the color is gray, then forecast is low. If it is the red color, then that means forecast is unsuccessful. So we need to see that as well. And once we click on this link, we can have these periods, forecast periods. So for now this is 7 months forecast, and if you wanted to reduce that, we can do that. Suppose we just wanted to see the forecast for next 4 months, that we can show up here. You can see this is the dotted line is kind of a forecast it is showing, and once you click on this, it will show the line how it looks like, so that it will be highlighting, means we can guess the forecasting from here also. You can see, and this is actually for forecast, means whatever this gray area which is here, which shows this maybe upper bound or lower bound values. So now if you say, that's what means it is showing here, which is this forecast, and this is with the automatic forecast message will use the data which is currently, it is having the historical data or the current data for the last 6 months. Based on that, it can predict. Now let's do some other forecasting as well, and we're going to add another forecast which is a advanced options, which is there. These are two algorithms, we can say linear regression. When we select linear regression, it will just kind of it will show up like this. Now see, you can see this is how it shows here. When we see this forecast, you can see something which is, it has changed, and may be possible that it will go in this direction. It's a lower bound and upper bound are the values which shows up here. Similar to this as well, it is having again green, gray, and red color based on the forecast, and by default we can select this whatever 7 months are available there. This is a linear regression which consists all the data means all the previous historical data, and then it will forecast based on that. Now let's go to another which is we'll add a exponential forecast. Triple exponential smoothing is again another which is just taking the historical range for this. So you can see means how this has been changed, and this is just based on the current, but it just shows means this can be possible to go in these directions as well. You can see the dotted line which is here, that is kind of a reference line we can say, which shows the predictive forecasting for that particular um, period, and the same it is going the next directions, and based on that the actual values, so actual values would be kind of this way, maybe this way, or maybe this way as well, means it may be possible. So we can consider this would be the highest, or this would be the lowest values that we can consider as a forecast for this. Now, the third type of forecasting is adding input control, which is just available for time series chart, which is add additional input. So basically this is one option which is available, add additional inputs, where maybe there is some measures or some other input controls, or we can create, and then it can influence the forecasting. So suppose we do have some values which is price or something which is if you say is fixed, then it can be. For now this is not applicable because this price is not being considered because of the lack of future values. But if you do have some values which is already available in any of the measure or any of the columns, we can do consider that as additional forecast inputs, and then that can be utilized here to predict the forecast. To summarize, in this video, we have learned about three different types of advanced forecasting, which is linear regression, then triple exponential algorithm, and then adding input controls. These are the three apart from the automatic forecast. Basically, automatic forecast works basically on the available data and just to predict the future values. Linear regression will take into account. We should use linear regression algorithm to use historical time series data to predict the future values, and we should use the triple exponential algorithm to see the seasonal changes or the time trends for the forecast. And lastly, additional input controls is just using some of the measures or the columns from the model which can influence the prediction. So it depends upon the data if there is available for the implementation of the forecast. So these are some of the forecasting which we have seen in this video. If you have any question, then please put it in comment section. In this video we will learn about analytical applications. What is analytical applications? The theory section I have already covered, and the link for that video is available in this video description. You can go through it to understand what is analytic applications. However, in this video I'll be going to cover about practically how to create analytical applications, what are different components available with the analytical applications. Basically, analytical applications are the same as stories, but there are some major differences between the stories and analytical applications. So analytical applications, here are some of the differences which tells about what is the difference between the stories and the analytical applications. So analytical applications are created by few experts, means there will be few experts or developers who can create analytical applications, but that stories or applications would be consumed by many end users, unlike stories created. The other major difference is we can configure the behavior of the UI element, user interface elements, with the set of specific script API events, and then specify which action should take place when events are triggered. This is all about the user interface. Means maybe some of the things which cannot be achievable with the story design, but we can do with the analytical applications. So there are some customized requirement from the business and that can be satisfied only through the analytical application. That's why analytical applications came into picture. And this flexibility can give us create variety of an applications from simple static dashboard to highly customized applications with numerous options to browse and navigate data. These are some of the major differences between the stories and the analytical applications. We'll see how to create. The first thing is analytical applications. We can create it from here. Create analytical applications. Once we create analytical applications where we can see what we can do and what are the different things which are available here. Similar to stories, we do have chart tables, and we can insert chart here. Whatever the charts we are having, that we can create based on these applications. Like we can create different charts similar to the stories. uh, However, there are some other things which are extra available here. We can say, means you can see this panel, tab strip, text input field. These are the many things which is like drop down, checkbox, grouping, and these are some of the components which are available. It's called as widgets, and these widgets all will be available for different requirements. And you can say geomap is also available, clock, RSS reader, web page, then BPC planning sequence. R visualization is again a powerful. I'll be covering separate videos on R as well. Then so these are some of the things. On the left side you can see canvas, chart, and then pop-ups. There are some script variables, script objects, bookmark set, export to PDF. So there are so many things which we can have it, uh, and we can create the analytical application as per our needs. So the only thing is about events and triggers and the scripting. So scripting is also one thing which we should be able to understand. Whenever we say scripting, every component will have we can write script based on this, like on select or on result change, where we can write some scripting. So this scripting is nothing but a JavaScript language. So JavaScript is a, you can say, scripting language which is very popular, and it is number one language we can say for the web development, and that is why it is being used as a common term here. I'll be going to take a separate video on JavaScript as well, just to give an overview of the JavaScript. So that would be you can helpful. There are some other online resources as well available for JavaScript. If you can learn from there as well, it would be helpful. Then the other thing is about here we have some chart scaling, conditional formatting. There are options, various options available. We will be taking this separately in a separate video, one by one, what all these components are there. Like pop-ups, we can have pop-ups. I'll be taking a separate video on the pop-ups, how it can be useful to display different pop-up messages when we create an applications. And we can so canvas is one thing where we can see there are a device, in which device we wanted to see. If you wanted to see in a laptop, then we can see, or if you wanted to show this in iPad, then it will come in this way, or just iPhone. So based on the size of the phone, we can get this option available here while the designing of the application. So I think, means from my perspective, this is a very powerful tool. And if you know the scripting, and if you know the components, how they interact with each other, and then we can build very powerful analytical applications. From this, there are various things which we can do, and whatever the customized requirement comes from the business, it will be helpful to create this such powerful applications based on this various components available. I'll be taking one by one example for each of these components, so that it will be helpful. So that's it from this video. I hope you have understood this. If you have any questions, then please put it in comment section. If you have some specific requirement where scripting can be useful, or you want to understand any specific points related to scripting or any other parts in the analytical application, please do let me know in comment section. I'll be happy to answer it. In this video, we will see about using pop-up windows in analytic applications. So this is one applications which I have developed, and where I can see means when we click on this selection, a pop-up window gets open. So suppose we wanted to see the gross margin in the tabular format, we can get to see this in the pop-up window. And when we select chart, it can be possible to be displayed in the chart. So this can be possible with the scripting, and I will be going to cover in this video the step by step how we can add these components, and then how we can write some scripts just to enable these pop-ups to be displayed. There may be some other requirements as well that we can also do with this scripting. So let's get started. First, we will create analytical applications. Create analytic application from the menu of. Now once we have this, canvas gets open by default, and we can have it. Let's get added some of the uh, chart initially on this. Let's say here we are going to add a sales revenue. This is one simple chart which I have added now, and I can add some other check radio button. We wanted to see either graph display, or we wanted to show in the tabular format. So for this, let's do this radio button group option here. Now you can see means this is a option available here, means where we can give some values. So what are the text values display in the chart format, and the second one will be a table format, and we can just apply. The first one is a default, means this is the default selected. If you wanted to select this we also we can display this as well as a default. Once we do this, now let's try to run this. When we wanted to run this, means we can see we have added now two charts. One is in the column bar chart, and the one other is line chart. Now what we wanted to show is, we wanted to show a pop-up window where on click of this chart we wanted to display another pop-up which will display data in a chart format or in this table format. Now let's go back to the application. Now to do this, means what we wanted to do means, let's try to first add pop-ups. Pop-ups can be added here from here. Just click on this. We can give some different name to this pop-up. One So pop-up is basically a window which has a header and footer. So just click on this. Can give some information like gross margin, as this is what we wanted to display on the window. And OK and cancel are the two buttons which will be appear on the pop-up window at the bottom like this. There are some other properties of emphasized, enabled and visible. So both will be visible, enable will be, both will be enabled. If you want miss any button we wanted to disable, that also we can do it, and we can enable it through scripting. Emphasize is means highlighted one which is shown up here. Now now what we wanted to do means, on this radio button group we wanted to display this pop-up which will be having the chart. So to do this, first go to this pop-up, and in this pop-up we are going to add one in pop-up one will be displaying the data in the chart format. So let's do this in a chart format. Now we wanted to see this is a just add a gross margin here. Now you can see this is what we have added as a product, and its gross margin. We can give some name to this as well. It is gross product margin per product. Now once we have added this, we can just save it. And there is a scripting. Scripting is one thing which is what we wanted to do. We can go to this scripting. We wanted to enable this OK and cancel button scripting as well. Means when on button of this click we wanted to close this pop-up, close. So when we do dot and control space button, you will get option of there are various functions associated with it at that particular widget, that it will be shown up. Now this pop-up one will be having this. Now it just created. Now what we wanted to do is, we wanted to open this pop-up when this value is chart. So go to this edit script, and on select we do have an option of on select, where when we click on this, so we will be checking first if radio button dot get selected text. This is one function, means whatever the value is selected, if it is equal to chart, then display pop-up 1, and that means we wanted to just open it. Let's try to run this, means how it works, means we see this as chart or table, and when we click on chart, you can see this chart is open, means now we can click on OK. But when we say table, we are not getting any pop-up window here, we are just seeing it, but on chart we can get it. Now to do this on chart as well, means we will add another pop-up, which is again a tabular data. Here we will be going to add similar to what we have done it earlier. For this we'll add a measure gross margin we have already added, and we are going to add some location. This is something which we have going to add it here. And now this whatever the radio group function said on select function is written, we can just write it else, means if the radio button group is equal to chart, then we are going to display pop-up 1. If it is not chart, that means it is a value of table, then we wanted to display pop-up 2. Now so this is what we wanted to do, means now if we run it, we can see that it is getting open. Now on the pop-up 2 as well, we wanted to close it, means whenever user clicks on that button, when we run this, we should be able to see the table data and the chart data. As you can see, means now when this is the one which is there, and see on table as well we are getting the tabular data which is here, and on chart as well we are getting a chart type of data. So all the functionality which is available here, means we can see it, we can drill down through it as well, means to go in more detail. So similar to this, means there may be some requirements where this such type of scripting can be required, means where we can apply such scripting, means from one event, from one clicking on this, we can do this scripting on button as well, button click. We can do it on so there are buttons, you can see there are different components, so we can do this on text click as well. We can just write this text, suppose we do have this text which is here, and we can go through this, and we can on click of this as well, we can open a pop-up, another pop-up. So let's say, means we wanted to display this, so this way also we can when the user clicks on particular text as well, we can open another window or another pop-up. So this is the usage of the pop-up windows, which is very useful when we have like many different stories, and there are different components, and suppose there are some buttons which we just wanted to show some of the information in a small window, like a pop-up window, then this type of windows we can use. Let's learn how to display charts or tabular data based on the scripting code. Suppose there is an icon which says, means I wanted to display the data in tabular format, and once clicked on this, data will be displayed in the uh, tabular format. However, when clicked on chart icon, the data will be displayed on the in the chart format. So this is what we wanted to do it, and we can do it this with the use of the scripting. So let's do it how we can do it. Now what first step which is we need to add tables. We need to add tables, and then a chart based on top of it, means both of the tables and chart should be on the same line. So I have just added a chart from here and the table from here, and if you can see how to align that. So you can see the margin from here, means on the table you can say the top margin would be, let's say, means we do have 128, and similar to what chart would be, also we will set the same way. You can see when we click on chart, means it's almost same, or we can say it's so that both of them will be aligned on same. Once we have done this, we need a icon to be displayed. For that I have added image. To add the image, I have done this from adding image from here. Once we add a image, click on this image, we'll get it will ask for the image to be taken from our local system or from the server as well. So and then we can paste add it here. Once we have done this, I have just rename it as switch to table display is the one name, and switch to chart display. So just for understanding purpose, I have given the name. Now to switch, actual switching when we wanted to do is just go to the scripting of this. So when we wanted to say chart display, we will write some scripting on this. What we wanted to do is we wanted to when chart data is displayed, we wanted to display the table icon, and we wanted to hide the tabular data, but we wanted to display the chart data. Now when we say switch to chart display icon, when we user clicks on the switch to chart display option, we wanted to set chart as visible and table as invisible. So we can say first chart one is set visible, and table one as set visible false. So this is what we need. And also we wanted to display a table display as true, and what means that is the icon which is there, and also chart as a false. Now the similar thing which we wanted to do, but in the opposite direction for the other icon as well. So for this, what we can do, we can write this as false and this as true. So on table display, we wanted to display chart as making as chart as false visible, and table we wanted to display, and also we wanted to hide the table icon, but we wanted to display the chart icon. So this way we can do it. On initialization as well, we wanted to write we just wanted to add chart one dot set visible as false at the first place, and both the charts we don't want to be shown at the first place when the application is run. Let's run this. Now you can see when it is run, it just shows the two icons, which is tabular and chart. When we click on chart, the chart will be displayed, and the chart icon will be invisible now. When we wanted to display in the tabular format, just click on this tabular format. Now this data will come in tabular format, and the graph chart will be icon will be displayed here. So this way we can switch like this, and this will work. So this is what we wanted to we can do with this application. Now we can see this is the functions which we wanted to do is both the images and the script we write. Let's learn about planning with SSC. What is planning and what are the different things which we can do with planning? So very first thing is, what is planning? So planning is all about setting strategic goals for a business and then determining how to meet those goals by creating annual budgets, tracking progress in forecast, and simulating scenarios to find new opportunity. So there are three critical factors which we should consider while using planning. Is one is budgets, the other one is forecast, and the scenarios, predictive scenarios we can say, which can be useful to set the goals and how we can achieve them. Three main phases we can say. Act first is act, means we can analyze the information, then predict and report all kinds of information. We can plan and we analyze directly with the enterprise solution for instant insight to action, and we can also visualize performance metrics that comes in act or action parts. Then we can, once we have done all this analysis, prediction and reporting, and doing some performance metric, we need to collaborate, continuously collaborate, means we need to discuss plans, interact on screen, crowdsource plans, means whatever the plans are there, we need to discuss or collaborate with the other business users or other business stakeholders who can contribute to that plans, so that it would be help to improve the plans. And then finally we can become an intelligence enterprise. We can based on the planning and the forecasting, based on the actual budgets, we can become an intelligence enterprise where we can discover top influencers, we can augment manual insights, and ask questions to get answers. This is important uh, in terms of planning. Three things, which is act, continuously collaborate, and become an intelligent enterprise. So that way we need to use planning for SSC. Now we can say planning, budgeting, and forecasting. As I said, means this is the important three important concepts which is related to the planning. The first one is planning, where we can provide the overall process for setting the direction and the financial objective. What is the possible, means what are the things which can be possible with the current business or whatever the planning there. Then we can, based on that, we can prepare some strategic plans, set overall goals and objective. We can have long range plans as well, means over 3 to 8 years, 10 years horizon, and annual plans as well. First years for long range plan. So three important things: strategic plans. Do some strategic plans, then do some 3 to 10 years plan, and review your annual plans year on year. That is what it is we can do in planning. So what is possible will be considered in planning. The next one is budgeting. In budgeting, we need to provide the execution path for the plan, means what is expected, what are the things which we can provide for the plan. Sales and growth margin budgets, capital expenditure budget, headcount budgets, operating expenses budgets. Budgets is means there are different parts, or the different persons or areas in the business which can be useful to see, means what is the budget we can allocate to that particular persons. So based on the actual work, we can work out with this budgeting. Then forecasting is another, third one is where we use actual performance data to project reminder of the current year performance. So whatever the actual is happening, like whatever previously planned and what is it is doing at the moment in the business. So based on that data, we can predict for the next year or next 3 years or 5 years how could be it could be. So, and if there are any improvement, then we can do the improvements based on that forecasting. So these are the three important topics which are related to planning, budgeting, forecasting for SAC storage, and where SAP can help for enterprise. So any enterprise means what are the areas, or what are the main business areas where SAP or SAP Analytics Cloud can help in terms of planning. So there are finance, sales, marketing, operations, infotech, workforce. So these are that covers most of the, or all of them, all of the operations of any business, which we can say finance is related to the financial planning, sales is related to the sales team or sales, how sales is performing, sales forecasting is also is done. Marketing, it can help to pricing, the trade promotions, product profitability, loyalty, and many other things. Operations are also thing, means how the inventory is managed, logistic optimization, warehouse management, demand planning. Then infotech, that means IT, resource utilization, cost allocations, network and facilities. Workforce means what are the employees, or how many employees, how are required, what are their performance, how the benefits of the staffs can be analyzed, and their pension planning, healthcare planning, facilities planning. So all this can provide. So these are the areas where SAP can help for an enterprise, and SAP Analytics Cloud planning. So this is a very powerful tool, I would say, for SAP, which SAP has come for SAP Analytics Cloud, and it will be a very demanding in future. Let's learn about some of the concepts related to the planning data model and how to create that. Means there are some theoretical concepts which we are going to cover in this video. Creating planning model, because whenever we wanted to do planning model and then we wanted to build some dashboards or stories, then for planning related we need to consider planning model. So planning model allows to do everything analytic models do. However, they give more control with the data, such as setting up budgets and forecasts. So budgets and forecasts are the important part. Apart from what analytical models is doing, all these things can be done by planning model. However, there is additional setting budgets and forecast, which can create own versions of data model, and copying, pasting data, and using spreading, distribution, and allocating features. So this is important thing to understand what is planning model does. Apart means budgets and forecasts are important part which are additional to that analytical models. Planning phases means how far into the past and how far into the future. That is what we wanted to see, means what are the time settings that we need to specify, means that is important, means whether we need to go for the next 3 years or just 1 year or just or 5 years or more than that as well. So that comes under the settings for time. So time category is very important to consider planning phases. And in time as well, you can say granularity, where year, quarter, month, and day are we need to give. What are the different categories or standard categories available for planning? So actual, which comes as actual values. Budget will be how much is allowed to spend. That means whatever the estimated budget For any business to run, there is some budget amounts decided by the business management. So that amount will be specified in the budget. Planning will be what is the goal, means what is the goal, means how far you want to go for next 1 year, next 3 year, or next 5 years. Then what is forecast? Forecast is comes about the expectations. So what could be the expectation of the financial data, means based on the actual data, what could be the forecast? And rolling forecast will be range of back or forward, means it can be forecast related to the forward or backward, just for our analysis purpose. What is the difference between analytic model versus planning model? In this we can see analytical model runs on live or imported data. Planning model requires data to be acquired. We cannot directly connect to the live database or data source in the planning model. Then in analytic model, we do not need category or time dimensions. However, in planning model, we do need account, category and time dimensions which are required, because that all depends upon these categories only when we say planning. No additional categories required in analytic model. Additional categories may required or are required in the planning model. Calculation of measures by formula. And in planning model, adjust or extend the data by planning functions. So there are some planning functions which are used or which required. So that comes in planning model. Analytical model can share their dimension. In planning model, we cannot do use, and we need to use a private versions. And the last one is data loaded by scheduling, refresh, or mapping. However, in planning model, we need to import or export data to SAP BPC standard. So these were the some of the concepts into the planning model. Let's learn about SAP Analytics Cloud Predictive. There are some introductory concepts about SAP Analytics Cloud Predictive and how we can utilize this for different things. There are some important concepts which are going to be covered in this video. The very first important topic is augmented analytics. So augmented analytics means it's a more enhanced or more increased analytics which uses machine learning technology for the analytic process. And what could it helps? It can go from insight to action within a fraction of time. Means within a fraction of time, it can generate lot many different visualization or stories. It can avoid data agenda driven or biased decision making by revealing what drives the business. So what is the key factor, or what is the important factor which is running the business, that we can consider, or which can be taken into consideration, and based on that it can provide the different decisions. There are three main functionalities which are provided, which is search to insight, smart insight, and smart discovery. So search to insight, which can quickly find a way to answers. That means user can type in English language some questions, and then it can the system will provide answers effectively within a fraction of time. Then smart insights, it can give instant explanations where it can understand top contributors for specific data points without having to manually pivot or slice and dice. So there are many manual things which we do generally in the reporting area that can be avoided, and it can automatically create different charts in our pivot type of format, which can easily able to help to take the decisions for the management users. And then smart discovery is another thing where you can easily reveal the insights, identify key influencers and relationship in the data to discover how business factors influence performance. We will be seeing this all the things practically how this works. This will be a very important topic to understand. In this as well, we need to understand predictive forecasting as well. We by using predictive forecasting, we can get some early warning system. We can use multiple mathematical techniques such as data mining, statistic, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. So here in diagram you can see how the predictive forecasting is given here for next uh, few months or few years as well. We can take this predictive analysis. And how a predictive analysis and story can be. I have already taken one video practically about this, how predictive forecasting. The link for that video you can find in the video description, where you can see this forecasting. We have done different types of forecasting as well, which we have done automatic forecasting. There are some linear regression and triple exponential smoothing algorithm as well that we you can consider. And when we wanted to build different calculations, predictive calculation, which can be used again and again in different stories, then we can make a predictive model. See how to create a predictive model as well, because this is important, how to create predictive model. We can create different calculation type to get right data about the usual data model. We can use as a data source for a new story. Once model is created, that can be used to multiple stories. We can have additional functionality to create the own predictive modelization as well. Who consumes predictive model? Whenever we create a predictive model, there are two stakeholders, we can say, data scientists and business user. Data scientists can create content with embedded predictive models using SAP Business Objects Predictive Analytics and deploy them to SAP Business Objects Cloud. While business users can interact with the predictive content and complex simulation using filters and parameters. They can retrain the predictive model in real time, allowing the data generation with the support of generating scores, probabilities, and estimates. Then zero code deployment. There is no need to deploy the code. Means whatever the complicated stories or complicated predictive scenarios we are building, there is no coding required. Means for deployment, it is just a seamless deployment from one system to one environment to other. So it will not be going to be very difficult, and that to be without coding effort. So business values, what are the business values we can get? We can get everyone share their insights. Business users make faster decision. Data scientists control the business user experience, and IT manage with the less effort. That means cost saving. Let's learn about Smart Assist. We have seen that what is augmented analytics in our previous videos. Continuing to that means we will see what are different things which we can do with the Smart Assist. What is smart data discovery? That is the one definition we wanted to see at the first place. It's smart discovery is a next generation data discovery capability that provides business users or citizens, data scientists with insights from advanced analytics. Business intelligence and analytics leaders should plan for adoption as capabilities mature. So this is very important to understand means about the data discovery, because business intelligence and analytics things will be going in this direction only going forward, because data discovery will be providing different capabilities to the business users or the data scientists, which can generate insights from different data which is actually having right now in the business. In that way only SAP has come up with Smart Assist, where there are different things which we can do, and that for this SAP has using machine learning technology, which covers about search to insights, smart discovery, smart insights, time series forecasting. R visualization also is important, powerful things. Smart grouping, smart transformation. R visualization is something we can say it's related to the data science. So that's what Miss SAP wanted to utilize, and R is integrated with the SAP Analytics Cloud as well, where we can build powerful visualizations that can be useful. We will see this practically one by one each these topics. So what Smart Assist includes? Smart Assist includes smart discovery, smart insight, smart grouping, smart transformation. We will see this one by one. So smart discovery will be having all KPIs, core KPIs, which understand our main business drivers behind the core KPIs, and based on that these KPIs, it can be for business, it can give different decisions making data which will be helpful for them to make the data. So it can uncover key influencers of KPIs by using classification and regression techniques, interact with the insights and explore hidden structures and relationship. It can find the answers to business questions through initiative charts and natural language. Natural language, that means users can write their questions in English language, and then the tool SAP Analytics Cloud tool can come up with the different visualization within fraction of time. That's the powerful capability of SAP Analytics Cloud. Second point is smart insights, which can develop clear understanding of intricate aspects of the business data. Based on, suppose we have created one column chart, or if you say numeric chart, or if you have created any other chart like line chart or geo map, based on that chart, if you can say add smart insights, based on the data, it can give some information in terms of English language, what are the top contributors for that particular business, or what is the factor which is affecting the revenue, kind of those can give the example here or the explanation. That is smart insights. Smart grouping is we can use R technology, which is R is an again a data science language, you can say, which can automatically create segments on different types of data in the organization. which can identify customer groups automatically in the data, and then can provide such type of visualization which will be helpful for the business users. In this video, we will learn about the scripting and practically what is scripting and why scripting is needed in analytics application or analytics designer. It is derived from JavaScript, but what is the difference between JavaScript and analytics designer scripting? So this is we are going to see. Scripting is very important in analytics application or analytics cloud, because uh, when we wanted to build powerful customized analytics applications, scripting is very important, and we need to understand all the topics related to that. Means if you have knowledge on the JavaScript, then analytics designer scripting is very useful. If you don't have a knowledge on JavaScript, then please try to learn JavaScript, some basic concepts. Then it will be helpful for analytics scripting in analytics designer. So what we are going to cover here is about JavaScript typing, analytics designer typing, is data type conversion, how data type conversions happen between different data types, like number to string, string to number, all the data types. Then what are different loops available in analytics designer, like for loops, while loops. We will see this practically. There is an additional loops available in analytics designer, which is for in, that will also we will see. Double or triple operators in JavaScript and Analytics Designer, that we are going to see. JavaScript switch statements, how to use in Analytics Designer. And lastly, we will see script validation as well, where how script validation happens in JavaScript and how script validation happens in the Analytics Designer. So all these topics will be covering one by one with the practical example. So please watch this video till the end, so that you will understand all these topics, which is very important in terms of scripting in Analytics Designer. Let's get started. Very first thing is about analytics scripting. Means why analytics scripting is needed. When we create analytics applications from here, as we know, means we can write different scripts on the different components script. Like you can say, means when we right click or when we see this, we can see edit script on this, and we get in a screen of something which is called on select, or so there are different widgets. Means you can write some scripts on chart as well, where we can select on select or on result change events. So these are some of the different things which are available, and we can do some customization on analytics applications based on the scripting. So when we say scripting, we need to understand first from where, what type of programming language is this, means from where it comes. So basically, this analytics designer scripting is a subset of JavaScript. So as is, JavaScript is one of the most powerful programming language in today's world, websites or web applications, where it is used as a browser based language, where it uses in combination with the HTML and CSS. So if you have knowledge on this JavaScript, then you can easily build powerful applications in scripting of analytics application. If you don't know JavaScript, then you can learn it from the web, online web. You can just Google it for JavaScript, and you can get it some of the useful online tutorials, and it is very easy to understand or learn. Anyone can do it, and it is very powerful language in today's world web. But there are some differences between JavaScript and analytics scripting that we will see here. The very first difference is JavaScript is a weakly type language or dynamic type language. There are two types of language. However, Analytics Designer scripting is a completely dynamic kind of scripting language, we can say. So first we need to understand what is weakly type and what is strongly type means. So for this, let's try to write some script here. What happens in JavaScript is, in JavaScript, if you write this line, like if you are declaring one variable, so this is where it's a variable, and nth is a variable name, and we are assigning one value to this variable. How, and when we try to print this with the, it's combination of this hello world message with the nth variable. So basically we are concatenating string with the number, that is type conversion. So these two lines are valid in JavaScript, but not in Analytics Designer. We will see how to write the JavaScript applications. Now let's go to this is one of the HTML page which I have created, and I do have script code is added here. So whenever we write any JavaScript code, we can write it here. Now uh, the same lines, if you just put it here, it will paste it. I mean, if you just write it, it will not give any error. But in Analytics Designer, it will give an error saying that automatic type conversion isn't supported. Type conversion means it is a conversion of number to string or string to number. So this is not supported in Analytics Designer. So this is a major difference. But however, in the JavaScript, it can be supported. Means it will not give any error. Now let's try to run this. So when I'm just ran this HTML file, and I'm just have just clicked on this, and you can see, means you can see this is a console where I'm printing a message, which is the first is test message, which is just this test message which is getting printed. But the two lines which is there, where variable length is equal to 1, that means string and number 1 is concatenated. That means it is displayed. Means this is a weekly type conversion. That means it will automatically decide, means what type of runtime conversions happen. So that is decided in JavaScript. However, in Analytics applications, it is not possible to work out this. We either need to convert it to string or number. So basically, if you wanted to work it out here, we can just try select as to string or to some other data type which is compatible with the hello world. Now you can see, means here it will work. If you try to run this, we will see in the console how it looks like. Now when we have written the script on this button, so when we click on this, you can see hello world comma 1 is displayed now in the script. So this is a major difference. Whenever we wanted to have it data type convergence, we need to do it manually with these functions available like toString or toFixed kind of things. However, in JavaScript, it will automatically do this. So this is the first difference of automatic type conversion or automatic type cast. We should be able to understand it. Now the next point is about loops. Why loops are needed and what are the different types of loops available in SAP Analytics scripting. Now in JavaScript, there are for loop, while loop is available. Similar to the these loops in Analytics Designer also, we can do for loop and while loop. Now you can see in the JavaScript program, we have write for I is equal to 0. That means I wanted to print this hello word, hello meshes for 3 times. When we wanted to do iterative programming or iteration of some calculations of some of the functions, then we need this kind of loops. So for loop is like this, means we wanted to display multiple times this line. So in this case, when we wanted to see this, when we run this, now when we click on this, you can see hello for 0 1 2 3 3 times this message has been printed. If there are any other operations which we wanted to print based on this iterative values, then we can use this. And now suppose we wanted to use similar kind of for loop in our Analytics application, then so let's see whether it is working or not. In Analytics applications, we will come here and I will just this will just comment out it now. Now you can see when we type this, it will give an error, something it is which says this is unknown variable. It could not identify what is this variable. That means we have to declare it manually or just explicitly where it we need to see this variable. That means this is variable. I is a variable which is it would be it would understand. Now you can see in this message as well, this is not again means we cannot use string with the number because the type conversion is not supported. So we have to use something which is a true string, similar to what we have done this. When we run this application, now we should be able to see the similar type of output which is in the JavaScript program. Now when we select any of these values, you can see this is getting printed in the console, which is 0 1 2, the similar type of data. So we need to understand this difference, that we need to declare uh, the variables like this, and need to make the type conversion as well with the functions available. Now the next point is about the while loop. While is again also a iterative kind of loops which is available, similar to for loop. There are some differences. Now when we wanted to see while loop as well, when we wanted to use it, if you just wanted to give some range means till what time what number or what range it should iterate. This is what we need to use, and similar this is being used in JavaScript as well. We can use the same. The only thing is means we need to declare variable in for the for loop while loop as well. So similar to this, we need to use it. Let's comment out this now. And now if you just say, now you can say means it will start with 1, but less than 3 means that will it should display one time 2 times, and with the increment. So this is 1 by 1 it is incrementing. Now let's save it. Now you can see means when we select it is just displayed 2 times. Now if you wanted to display 3 times, because nth is declared as 1 and it is not 0. If you declare 0 and if you wanted to make it as a 4, or then it will be 0, it will start with 1 2 3. So this is how while loops can be used. Now the next point we will see about the double equal to operator and triple equal to operator, and what how to use it. Also we will see if then else statement as well, means how it has been used in this. This is one code which I have just written, where I have declared nth as a variable which is having value 1, and I am using triple equal to sign here, which is important to understand. Means when we wanted to use it, when we wanted to compare the value of this to this, then we should be using triple equal to sign in the in the analytics scripting. And if you try to run this application, you will see means this is working perfectly. Now you can see means it is nth is equal to 1. That's why it has displayed a if statement here, because that's what it is printed here. Similar code if you go in the JavaScript as well, means you can see means this is not the case. Means we can see means if you give equal to operator as well, it will work. And also if you give triple equal to sign as well, then also it will work. Now let's see means how this works. You can see this is also JavaScript program also gives the same statement. Now when we say just if you just in JavaScript you just give double equal to sign, then it will decide on runtime is what are the different types of these two variables, like two values, this and this, whether if it is if this is number, or and if this is a string, then it will automatically decide on runtime, that is dynamically it will decide while the program is being executed. I'm just doing it again, and now also you can see means this is again going to give the same result. Now the similar thing if you do it in the Analytics applications, like instead of triple equal to sign, we if you give just a double equal to sign, then it will give an error saying that this could lead to an unexpected behavior because of possible auto type conversion during runtime. So during runtime means when the application is run, then it will decide means what are the type conversion. So suppose this is number, and then this variable should be also number, so it will automatically convert it to number. Now if I try to run this application, now you can see means when it is run, means if I select this, it will give an correct answer, because it has on runtime it has been decided means which data type is the conversion has been happened on runtime. But this is not recommended means to use this double equal to operator when you wanted to use. Instead use triple equal to, so that the type conversion will happen before executing the application. So this is very important thing to remember whenever we wanted to use these operators, because JavaScript is not that strongly typed language. It decides on the runtime, and that's why it is sometimes it throws an exception while application is run. But in Analytics Designer, this all validation is done before running the application, and that's why we should be using this triple equal to operator here while comparing any values. Now there are things which we can do with the program flow as well. Means when we wanted to check one condition, then we wanted to display like this if then else statement, how it should be written. So if one condition is satisfied, then do some calculation or do some display some message. Then else if we can add another condition, we can do some other calculation or any other message to be displayed. Like this we can do this if then else statement. Now in JavaScript there is another one which is switch statement as well is there. So the switch statement is also in JavaScript. If we give this, So this will not give an error, it will work correctly. Means this is again program flow, how it happens, like means if the case statement is, now you can see means in JavaScript this is one statement which is written here, like means if the value is 1, suppose we can pass some values to this as well, like let's say we have variable of one a as like 4 3 or 2, let's say, means, and we are just passing to this a as here. If a is equal to whatever the value a is having, the particular case statement will be executed. So in this case 2 is the value for a, then in that case this statement will execute. So that is what means the switch statement is to be done. Now same thing means if you do in analytics, like this, I'm just copying it here and we'll just try to write it here. Now you can see it will not means this, we need to declare it. So when we copy this, we can see this is what means. So for this we need to just declare this as var, because it will not work, it needs to be identified. It is a strongly typed scripting language is the analytics designer. We need to explicitly specify the variables for that particular, like where identifier for that particular variables. So similar way means we need to do this in analytics scripting application. And the last point which is there is about validation, means how the validation happens. Basically in analytics designer, we the validation or the very syntax checking or any errors, that all kind of data validation or syntactical error validation is done before running the applications. Suppose now you can see means since I haven't given it here, it will immediately say that it is giving an it is not correct. I mean, just specify the correct data type here, while JavaScript is not like that. In JavaScript, suppose I'm just making some mistake here, it will not throw an error. Now that is not the case in the JavaScript. Suppose this is one code which I have written, and I'm just making one change. Instead of this nth variable, I am just making means I'm just changing its variable name is something to like this. Now, and when I'm trying to run, basically it should give an error here itself that this variable is not declared anywhere above this. But this JavaScript doesn't give that type of error, but it will be validating at the runtime. Is suppose we are giving an means we are just trying to run this and just click on this, you can see this means this is given an exception at runtime, means this nth is not undefined, not defined. So this is what means it's a difference between the analytics designer and analytic JavaScript. JavaScript does the data validation at runtime or program validation at runtime, while analytics designer does the validation before running the applications. So this is something which is major difference we can say. And this way it will prevent any unsecure data to go on web when we are using analytics application. It is better to catch the errors before going over the websites or any other applications when we are putting it in browser. So that way this analytics applications is useful, or I think means it is good that it is SAP has come up with these options to have this validation done before running the applications. So that's it from this video. I hope you have understood. I have tried to cover most of the things about the scripting. The scripting is important to consider. I'll be taking some more examples on the scripting on different our widgets which are available. If you have any questions or comments or suggestions, please do let me know in comment section. In this video, we will see about filtering the table based on the drop-down selection. You can see this is one of the application which I have created. If you select any of the measures from this, the corresponding table gets populated with that particular measure. Like if I just wanted to display original sales price for that particular table, we can get this original sales price. In this video, basically we will see how to add drop down and then how to add these measure values to the drop down, and also see how to filter out this data. Let's create first an application, analytic application, where we will create first one table, simple table, and then we will add a drop down box as well. I'm selecting this model which is based on juice model, sample model. It's available here. Now you can see means it is already populated with the account dimensions and the gross margin. Now we wanted to have a drop down which will populate different measures. different measures means whatever the measures which are available here in this particular model. Now what we will do, we will add one drop down first in this. From here we can add a drop down box. Once drop down is added, we will add one text box as well here. Just to the text box as well, we will add it here, which will say selected measures. Now you can see right now when we run this application, we will not see any of the things in the drop down. It will just have whatever it is there as a table, and in drop down will not be populated in it. We wanted to add some drop down values first in this. So that is the first thing. For this we will create one script variable from here. So for this script variable we will give name like current measure selection, because this is what means we can give any name, but for now means we will see means just to identify correctly, we will say current measure filter is selection, and we will give default value, because we when application is run, we wanted to see its default value something which is gross margins, because this is the measure which is getting displayed at the first place. So to display gross margin at the, you can write like this, this is the model name, and then its parent ID and gross margin. If you write like this, means it will come like gross margin and the drop down. But now we have just created this field script variable, which we will be creating, and then it will act as a global variable we can use anywhere in this applications. Now to load this application means first thing we need to initialize the drop down with the different values like gross margin, sales revenue, like discount, different measures. To do this, on the canvas of this canvas screen, we need to write edit script, and on initialization means when the application is first run, we need to populate all the measures at the first place. To do that means we need to add some scripting. First try to get all the measures from the tables, means whatever the table we will give, rename this table to table, so that it will be easy to identify. On initialization of this script, we will get the table dot get data source. So this is one of the measures we are going to create, and get data source, get measures. So what this will be doing, it will take all the measures. We can just try to print this as well, means in the console, means just to for our testing purpose. Here we can print that this measures is the variable which we are where in that we are trying to get all the measures of this particular table. So table is having associated with the data source, which is based on juice model, and all the measures which are associated with that we are getting to that. Let's see means how this works in the. Now when we try to print this in console, we can see this is the what it is printing here, what all these things which are dimensions, like you can see it here. When we wanted to print this, you can see this means all the measures which are all available in that account based on j underscore sold model, that all are coming like this, which is having description, gross margin, discount, original sales price, and all these things. So basically these are the IDs and these are the descriptions. So basically in drop down we wanted to display description. To do that, let's go back in our applications, and we need to write some scripting here. Now what we have done here, do like selected key is one variable which is taken as blank, and we are checking measures dot length is greater than 0, means what is this measures is nothing but these measures which are getting all the measures from the model. We are going to loop these conditions, like for loop we are applying, where we wanted to drop down dot measures dot add item. So in the drop down measures, so we have the drop down which is here. In that drop down measures, we are going to add dot item dot add item and measures of I dot id comma measures of I dot description. So what this will do in this drop down, it will add the particular measures description for that particular data source. And what this code will do, like if selected key is equal to blank, means whatever the value is selected which is coming as first, as suppose it is getting gross margin, then it will be displaying the assigning that value to this selected key. And lastly we will see we will set drop down measures dot set selected key as selected key. So whatever the values which is selected here, that will be assigned to that particular drop down measure. So this is what it should we should be doing to add the measures from the data source. Now let's try to run this. Now you can see, means by default this value has been come as gross margin for this drop down as selected, because we have given that drop default value in that particular variable. And then you can see different values like measures value which are come here: discount, sales price, price, quantity sold. Now if you select any of the measures, it will not affect this table, because we haven't written any thing to work on this filtering of this table. We will work on that now. To do this, we need script objects, means we need to create one function which will do this filtering of the data. Means whatever the value which is selected here in this drop down, it should be passing to that particular table as a set dimension filter. Now we will do this. We will add one function for this. When we add any function, we get a folder created here, and we can rename this as well. Let's say, means I'm just utils name I'm giving. We'll rename this as well set measure filter, because this is what we wanted to we will say return type. We don't want to return type. We need one argument, because the what are the value which is we are passing from drop down to table filter, that value we will be passing this to this field function. So for that we will add one argument here. That argument we will give name it as selected id. Type will be string, because we are passing a string from the drop down, so that data type will be string only. Now we have done this. Now we need to write some script on this filter function, so that it will be possible to filter out here this script, which is table.get data source dot remove dimension filter. Because whatever, when at the first place application is run, the table is displaying gross margin at the first place, we wanted to remove that dimension filter. So we will remove that. And then the next will be, what we are going to do is whatever the values which are getting in the function set selected id, will be doing it table.get data source dot set dimension filter, and this is the model name, and then selected id. So selected id is the argument which is getting passed. Now this is the function, and when we run this application, it will not work right now as well. We need to do one more extra step. For that, what we will do, we will go to this drop down measures, and on select of this script, we need to call this function which we have written. We will write the functions which we have just written, which is set measure, and we will pass the value of the drop down which is we are going to select. For this we will select drop down dot get selected key. So whatever the value which we are passing to the drop down, that will be passed to set measure filter. Now in this set measure filter, once this, it will come in this function argument, and then it will be set to that particular table as a dimension filter. So this is how it will work. Now let's try to run this. Now we can see initially it is a gross margin. If you select some other measures from here, you can see, means this gets populated with this original sales price. So this is something which is we can do with this filtering of the drop down. We can do similarly to this chart as well, by chart filtering as well from the drop down as well. We can do multiple selections on the drop down measures as well. So we will see that in next videos. So in this video we will see a scripting difference between Analytics Cloud and Lumira Designer or Designer Studio. Means we all know that there is a scripting available in Lumira Designer and Design Studio, and there is a scripting available in Analytics Cloud as well. But what is the difference between them? Means this is important to understand. Means there are some basic differences in this scripting. Yeah, this is some of the differences listed here. The first one is Lumira scripts execute on the server. Means what are the scripts which is we are writing in the Lumira that executes on the Lumira server, we can say. However, in Analytics Cloud, these scripts executes in the browser of JavaScript engine. That is, it Lumira scripts executes close to the data. However, Analytics Designer scripts executes close to the user. And in Lumira Designer, data sources are not hidden or not bound to any widgets. I mean, so what widgets are like that drop down table or charts kind of widgets. It is not associated with that. But here it is currently hidden and within data bound and must be accessed through get data source. So this is the one function which we need to use to get the data. and then once it is available, then it can be used as a global variables to use in different stories or applications. There is one major difference is our automatic type conversion of the data types. In Lumira Designer, double equals operator has been used for comparison operator, while in Analytics Cloud it doesn't support this analytic type conversion, but which avoids common mistake, and which means before running the application only it can be checking, it checks the compatibility of the comparison operators or the data types. So it is includes strict equality comparison operator. So triple equal to operator is the main we need to use whenever we wanted to compare both two variables or two data types. So these are some of the basic differences between the Lumira Designer on Design Studio and Analytics Cloud. In this video, we will see about Search to Insight, one of the powerful feature of augmented analytics in Analytics Cloud. We will see how to apply this Search to Insight in our application. Now, this is one application which we already have, and I have just created one button, which is just I have given the text name to show Search to Insight. So search to insight is one functionality where we can give our queries in natural English language, and the tool automatically can come up with different charts and graphs on the applications. Now let's to do this means there is a search to insight option available here where we can create search to insight, or else we can go through this, and then we will write some script where we will say mode, one of the variable we are going to declare, then search to insight dialog mode. So this is one of the inbuilt component we can say for search to insight, and this is the view. There are two modes actually for search to insight. One is simple and one is advanced. So we can decide means, so suppose some of the users are more advanced, then they can have the advanced view of this search to insight, while the end users can just have simple search to insight. Now after we create mode here, then we can write search to insight one dot open dialog. Basically when we write this, so search to insight is one function component which we already added here. Search to insight, from here we can add it, and then for that if we say we have open dialog, there are some other options as well. We can say apply search to chart, or close dialog, get variables, open dialog, set variable value. For now we will say open dialog, and then we have, so we need to specify some questions. So here let's say means we wanted to say gross margin by location, and then next one is the mode. So already we have selected the mode, maybe it's simple or advanced, or then we need to mention whether to clear the search means whenever user is coming, one user is coming, he is doing some search, and on the search to insight, so that history is, we can clear it means, for that we can use true, and then auto search means automatic search, and we can make it as true, because it would be helpful for the end users to get the next questions. Now let's try to run this. Now when we click on this right now means, when we click on this, you can see means the search to insight options will be available. You can see the question is come here, and the chart has been already come here automatically. So this is not inbuilt, we have created or anything, it automatically came. Now there are other options, recommendation for new search as well, means we can get product sold by product, this is also we can get. So these are the some things which are available, and we can exit search to insight from here, or we can just delete all these search results, and we can again start. Basically we can type some other questions as well, like this, it is search. Now this is a simple mode, and now we will see what is advanced mode. Now advanced mode is one thing which is here. If you just select advanced, now let's see means what is the difference on this. Now when we click on this show search to insight, here you can see when we say advanced mode, there is show some details, like model is been shown here, based on use a sample model. So this is one model it has been, because it has been shown, and if you click on this, it will show up all the measures and dimensions. When the users, like some of the users are like more advanced, who can understand the models and their measures and dimensions as well, they can select see this, and then they can get some reports from here. Let's say they wanted to see the discount, that is also they can get. Now see, you can see gross margin plus discount, it is showing here, which is on each of these things. So this can be customized, I mean, based on the user's requirement. Now in this, we have just given the static question here. We can give some other dynamic question as well. We can add some input, dynamic input text as well. For this, let's create an input field here, which will give some value here, where it will say enter text or enter your question here. Means we can type here. Once we have this, we can just pass this question to this search to insight option. Now let's create on this here. So as this is a static question, we can get this static question from here. For this, we can get where question is one of the variable we will create, and then we will say input field dot get value. So this value we will say, and this question we will pass it here. Rest of the options we will keep the same. Now when we run this, you can see this question. Suppose I wanted to type some question here, that gross margin by location, and I'll just click on the search, show search to insight. Now it will automatically come for that particular. If I just wanted to uh, add some more conditions, like I wanted to buy, so this is what this is what it is to be implemented like this. Search to insight is one thing where we can add one or more data models to it. When we say this, we can add one more data model, and then that would be available over there. Suppose we wanted to have this as well, we can just do this as well. You can see the difference. Show gross margin, it is showing like this. It shows two data models now for this. So this is the way, means suppose we do have multiple data models, then we can assign that data models to search to insight, and the users can make the use of it to get instant reports, graphical reports on this. We can export this as a CSV from here as well, means if you want, and then that can be utilized for the next purpose. So that's it from this search to insight component of the augmented analytics. Let's learn some of the administrative tasks about SAP Analytics Cloud, where in this video we will see defining users, teams, roles, and security. This is a theory concepts where I will be going to tell you about what all things which we need to consider while we understand the administration and users and security. The very first thing is, when we say about any business, we should be considering the users who are going to use. So if there are different types of users, then teams, then roles, and security. So SAP Analytics Cloud uses SAP Cloud Identity as the default authentication method, and single sign-on authentication is also available, where it can identify a provider can be configured using SMAL 2.0 protocol. SAP Analytics Cloud provides basic user management, including creating, deleting, and changing and role assignment. We can also import user data from CSV file for Active Directory, and if you want to synchronize users with other systems or maintain users in the batch mode. We can have user management, create, delete, change, and search, where you can see this is one of the screenshot which says displays different users with their first name, last name, and then the display name. They have email ID and all their roles as well. So roles are important to understand, means who can be admin, who can be end user, who can be the developers, who can be just BI admin kind of things. What are their licenses as well, which can be spread there. So it all comes on under the security and users. User role creation and approval. Role creation, which can request roles. Suppose someone wanted to uh, grant some access for some of the modification of the stories, or some other changes to their access, they can request roles. All default roles will be selected and can be deselected if you are requesting default roles. A user can select which service role to request. User can enter comment for an approver. So when user raises a request, he or she can provide some comments to the approver. and request notification will be sent to the approver upon completion of the dialog. There are some other functions where password creation or reset password is also means it's a basic things which we need for admin person. This is important. Then he can do role management, different types of role creation, deletion of the roles, and assigning roles. Rights, what are the rights? Create, edit, create, delete, read, access rights, that is also important. Execute, who can execute, who cannot execute, who can maintain, that kind of rights also it can be provided by the admin person. Let's learn how to perform administration tasks. This is a theory concepts which is related to the administrative task, where I'll be going to cover different things. Let's say first administration task. First is define data access in model. Basically, whenever we create any models, so who can access that particular model? Who can see what level of details that can be assigned on the model? What are the model privacy set when it is created? It needs to be have the role include data access levels as well. So this is important to set the privacy of any models, because there may be different models which you may not be wanted to see some different users. So in the business it can be possible there are different types of users, and their data access level should be different. So in that perspective we need to set our privacy for the models. So that can be done from this privacy settings for that particular model, where if it is on then we can see means or can give different accesses as this. Then rewrite per property in dimension, it can apply to all models that use this dimension. One model can have more than one data access control enabled dimension. Access defined in the on a hierarchy node will be propagated to its descendant, but will be overwritten if another access is defined on a lower level node. It can write include read access, write control the publication, and write access is only for planning. Access management, this is one screenshot. It shows how to do the access management and how the data is shown in the report. You can see what is the read write permission. So for these particular dimensions measures, there is some who can read. So these are some of the users name given. Those only can see, otherwise they cannot see it in the report, and they don't have any write permission as well. So this can be specified for these uh, users, and you can see how this report data can be is shown here, which is just a read. It cannot be edited kind of mode. Model based privacy settings as well. We can assign filters to be defined on any property of the dimension in the model. Whenever we create any dimension, you can see here there is an option where it can specify the filters for that particular dimension. There are different permissions which we need to consider: full access, read access, update access, delete access, new documents, new folders. Full access means they can do everything. Read access, they can just read it. Update means they can update the model. Delete means they can delete the model. New documents means they can create new documents or new folders as well, they are able to create. So these are options available where it can you can see here, if they are checked then that means they have the access. Otherwise, if you don't want to give the access, then it can be not. The next one is teams in SSC. So in team is a group of users. So a user can belong to multiple teams. If a role is assigned to a team, then all members of the team can inherit that role. Each team has a different team folder which can only be accessed by the users in that team. So team is very important. There may be if you create one team which is of same kind of users. Suppose there are 10 users who need same kind of access, then we can create a team of that particular 10 users and then assign access to that particular team only, so that all the accesses which is given to that team, that will be inherited to the users in that team. So this is very useful. So better to create a team whenever for the common types of users. How to create team? There is a security and then teams, and once the teams screen is open, there is an option to create a team here, and then we can create team, and then we can add members from here, where we can search for different members and can add it here. What are the best practices for assigning roles to teams? We can assign users to teams, we can assign roles to teams as well. So this is important. When we assign users to teams and assign roles to teams, that means what are the roles which is assigned to that particular team, that will be assigned to that particular users in that particular team. So this is useful to manage or maintain later when we wanted to add or remove any of the users from a particular team. That would be useful to do that. What are the content deployment guidelines? When we deploy anything is from one model we wanted to deploy to other systems, then what are the guidelines? So SAP Analytics Cloud supports easy export and import of content to and from file. Means it is a very easy export. We don't need to be writing any code for deployment. It's just easy things. If there are dependencies between the content, the dependent content is automatically selected unless it is a location dimension if you have geo enrichment in your model. Basically, what are the dependencies? It can be automatically selected. Point of interest data is not exported. Point of interest is another component in the SAC which is not exported. Only public content can be exported. You cannot import old exports into newer tenants. So this is important to understand, about the old versions and the new versions. Content deployment, when we do content, it's just a simple deployment option is there in the menu of the SAP Analytics Cloud, and export. We can export, then we can decide what type of things which we need to export. So stories, what are the in the public folder which is there, that can be only deployed to other things. There are some audit logs as well which is useful to trace the logs of the particular file. So whenever we wanted to see different logs of a particular deployment things which we are doing, that kind of logs will be stored in these log files. Then lastly, we can see system usages, which type of which model is taking more time, or which has taken more usage or memory of this. That can be displayed in this screen, where you can see some of the models has more memory, like you can say 17 MB or something. Some of them very slow, very small, and that can be displayed it here. Some of them are very small. It is useful for the performance perspective, where we can see which model is taking more memory when we wanted to improve the performance of the system. In this video, we will see about some of the administrative features which is in the SAP Analytics Cloud. We will see how to create users, how to assign roles to different users, how to create teams, then how we will see some of the administrative performance of the models, system usage, and all those things practically. To do this means you can go to this menu, and you can see security. And security, we have users, team, roles, requests, data changes, and all those things. Let's say means what are the different users available here. Now when we say users, there are different users, and we can create our own users, new users. Suppose we wanted to give access to some other users as a new user, then we can do that by clicking on this new user, and we can say that create a new user. This is, let's say, 123. This is one of the user ID, and we can say this is a test user as. So we can give that, and we need to give the email ID as well, because that is what we needed it. Let's say this is one of the email ID. Then manager, if you have anything means, then we can give the manager's name here. Means it would be useful for when we wanted to approve the request for the access. We can give roles. So roles is important thing, means what type of user it will be. Will it be these are the different roles which is having, like you can see, application created, which is having analytics designer access. BI admin will have administrator full privileges. Then there are BI content creator, BI content viewer only, then predictive admin, predictive content created. And we can now create our own role as well, which is here I have created. So we can give that as well, and we can just say that I wanted to make it as a developer. So this way we can do it, and then we can save it. So this is the way, but we will see how to create roles now. So when we say users, instead of users, we can create different teams, and in teams we can say we can add different users. Teams are required means when we have similar kind of users who are suppose developers or just run BI content created, then we can create some similar groups. Suppose we wanted to have we have end users who are just going to view the stories. For them, we can just create a group or a team, and then in that team we can add all the end users who just view the storage. Let's say create one the thing, and we can add some users from here, and then just click team. The main usage of the team is just when we create a team, whenever we wanted to give any access to or the roles to the particular users, then it is better to give in the team, so that it would be useful means, and it will save the time as well. Now when the other option is roles are important means what type of users. So depending upon the users role or users functionality, or what type of work they can do, we can create the roles. So basically there are like here you can say there are 6 roles already available. SAP has given. First one is application designer privilege, and suppose we wanted to assign any users in that, we can create it, assign that with the help of this. Means you can see these are the access for each of this role. Means you can see different name here, and you can say create, read, update, delete, execute. These are the different options available, and based on this we can see, suppose what type of users fall in this particular category. So that we can give it here. Now once we create teams, there are and roles. So we will see other roles as well here. The admin is having administrative privilege, full privileges, content created, create and update privileges. Viewer is just having read privileges. Predictive admin will be having full privileges. Then predictive content creator. So predictive admin is more of related to the predictive models, I think, miss, and then predictive content creator as well, predictive models and stories. Custom roles, we can create our own new role. Means instead of let's say how to create it, we can give some test role name, and license type business intelligence. If we have any other like planning, then we can create that as well. And then out of this we need to choose what type of roles. Means suppose out of this only we need to select, but if you wanted to give something special, then we can give it selecting blank, and then means we can give. So here we can say that this user will be having access to only antique models. He can create, read and update models, but he cannot delete the models. So this is also option we can give, and he cannot maintain. So such type of thing, there are many things: currency planning model, then KPI role, you can say data change log, life cycle. So it depends on all the requirement and when the users are being created and what type of users they are. Based on their business role or business functionality they are doing, we need to assign this. And we can assign the users from here as well, assign users to this particular role. Suppose we have this assign roles, we can just give this to particular this team which is there. Now the other thing is about request. So this is also important to say, means if there are any new role requests, suppose you are admin person who are looking after all the users access and roles creation, the other end users or the other business users can request some roles. So they can their request can be seen it here, and means then once you can select, then you can approve it and then can grant access on this. Then there is deployment is also possible. Means this is also very simple. Means suppose we wanted to deploy anything, means anything, we can make it as an export, and then we can add it here. Suppose we wanted to add something which is like exporting like dimensions or connections or anything, means so we can select this, and then means or any specific thing means if you wanted to remove, then we can remove it and then click on export. Now once export, suppose there are some other things like import as well, means from other users you have got something, then you can import it from there as well, means by giving some files. And then last one is about the system performance or system things which is there, where we can see different system usage, who are using the systems and what are the different active users. You can see historical usage, so how much is the usage for this. You can see 1 month, 3 months, 6 month, year to date as well. Suppose you just wanted to see 1 month, then we can see, if we wanted to see for all, we can see that as well. So this is the number of active users and these are number of logins. So how many logins are done. So if there are many users, then we can see means how the system is performing and it is useful at that time. Then system usage by storage as well, means how much storage the system models or storage are taking. So you can see used by models. So these are the models size. You can see 8.42 MB is the maximum here. So all of them are like this, and then system storage uses by user. So if there are hundreds of users and we wanted to see the performance of the system, then we can do this by the help of this. Suppose some particular user is consuming more memory, then we can look into that as well. System users usage by user trace in this is a log of these systems, so whatever it is. In this video we will see various data wrangling features in the model. When we acquire the data and when we try to create the data, means we can manipulate our data based on our requirement. There may be some type of data which is not in the correct format. We wanted to split some columns, we wanted to extract some data, then that type of functions or operations we can perform on the data. So I have created just this model. I have just imported one Excel file in while creating the model, and we will see how what are the different. So when we get this model, we can see when we click on this any of the options, any of the columns, we can see there is an options. We can either replace some value with some other, but there is another option which is create transform, where we can see concatenate, split, extract, replace, and change. So when we say concatenate, means we can concatenate two columns. Suppose we wanted to create one separate column which says state and city. I wanted to concatenate, and we wanted to put some put some character in between those. So that we can do with this type of. So you can see means another column which is got created here, and which says state and city and state name is has been concatenated, and you can see means there are different addresses like phone number or street number, state, city. This will be storing in the separate columns. Then that columns we can combine in a single column. So that for that we can use these concatenate options. Then we can see some other transforms as well, where we can see split. So suppose we wanted to split something which is we can say that we have some call data which is coming in a concatenated way in the data. Then we can split this column with the help of some characters. So we can split with this delimiter, which is a comma. In this column we wanted to split with this city, and if you wanted to repeat, like means suppose this is repeat 1 2, means we wanted to repeat 3, means wanted to create 4. Suppose there are 4 commas, 4 values which is there, which is separated by comma. Then we can see like this. Now suppose I will show you how this works. Now suppose I have another value which is here. I wanted to replace this with value with this one, Nevada, and I'm some other country and some number. So this is what I am going to replace. Now you can see means this values has been replaced with this, and now we wanted to apply the transform function which will split based on this column comma operator. Now we can say split with the help of comma. You can see first word before the comma comes in the second, and if you wanted to apply in multiple columns, like let's say means we have 3, or let's say 2, then second will come after this, like here you can see means 3. If you say 3, then test country and 1 2 3 has been splitted out. Like this we can see this has been applied here. So this way we can split out these column values which can be extracted, and we can put it in a separate columns as well. So this is also can be a requirement where we need to do this. Let's see the other options, which is extract. So now if you have some columns which you just wanted to extract some value, the other feature is about extract, where we can extract. Suppose we wanted to extract after space from stative one after first occurrence of, where we can say extract number or extract word after, or we can give some other operators here, after, before, between, containing, equal to first occurrence, first or last occurrence of space. Now we wanted to split for the space, then we can do this. You can see, means once we do this, you can see after the first space, or after the first occurrence of the space, whatever the word it is there, you can get it. We can make it as before as well, means before the space as well we can extract the word, and suppose there is no word, then we can get this as well. So this is what we can do it. Now the other transform is about replace is just we wanted to replace something. So replace matching value, suppose if there is a blank value which you wanted to replace with something which is saying as null. If there is a space, then we can replace it with the null values, like this. Now the other one is change. So this is also just a change of uppercase to lowercase. We can make it as lowercase or uppercase or title case as well. So this is also useful when we wanted to present our data in a formatted way. We can do this. These are the some of the transform. Now there are other options as well here, which says remove duplicates as well. Suppose if there are duplicate rows, then we can duplicate these rows as well, if there are any duplicate rows. So it will show up what are the duplicate rows has been there. So these are the some of the options which are available. So these are the some of the options available for the transformation of the data wrangling, and this is useful when we have large number of data, and which comes in a different formatted ways, and we wanted to have some specific type of data for our story build. So that's it from this video. I hope you have understood this. If you have any question, then please do let me know in comment section. If you like my video, then please like it and subscribe to my channel as well. Thank you for watching. In this video we will see about creating hierarchies in the model and how to use these hierarchies in the stories that we are going to use. So let's try to create one model first, where we will be selecting one Excel file. I'm just importing this Excel file which is having some sales related data, and we will be creating a hierarchy on product and category. So there are two columns which we think means are in a relationship, like parent child kind of relationship they are having, and we will be creating a hierarchies based on that, and then we will use this. So once we have imported this Excel file, and now we can see there are different types of data here available, and you when we say there are product and category, these are the two columns. So there are some products which falls under some category, and that we can have a parent child relationship or hierarchies. So when we just select this column, and then to create a hierarchy, click on this add dimension attribute. Once we say this, we can mention this parent child hierarchy, and we can once we select that, we can select the parent, means what is the parent of this particular column. So we do have a category which is the parent for this column. You can see it here. Once we select this, you can see the icon of this column has been changed, which says hierarchy. This way we can create hierarchy. There is a this is a parent child hierarchy. We can create level based hierarchy as well, like you can say country, state, city as well, which we can have, like state, city, or store, this kind of relationship also we can build it. Once we create this hierarchy, we will just create this model, and by just clicking on this create model. Now once we have created this model, we will just access that model to create the story, and we will select that model, and we will go to see in the story how it works. So now if you say, means I've just created this story, and I will just add one chart which says take the horizontal like column bar chart which is there, and which says we'll just wanted to see the gross margin and discount, and we will just add the dimension as well for this here, which we are going to add is this product, because that is what we wanted to select. Now if you say this product, now if you just click on this, you can get on a feature of drilling on this, which is available here. We can go through drill down to the next product. Like you can see the first, it will appear as a category. So this is three different categories which are there, and we can go through this here as a drill down, or we can just click on this hierarchy icon here, and we can say that go to next level. This way we can see the how hierarchies are working. Means this is useful when we wanted to build drill down or drill up kind of data, means to explore the possibilities of the data in the or analysis of the data in terms of displaying the data in different visualization charts. This way we can use these hierarchies in the analytics cloud. I hope this will be helpful for you. If you have any questions, then please put it in comment section. If you like my video, then please like it and subscribe to my channel as well. Thank you for watching.